Okay, is this working? There we go. See, this is why we test first, because my microphone was not working for a solid minute there. Alright. This event is going to start in about 8 minutes. Just here to make sure everything is working properly. Can everyone hear me right now? And can you hear the music? Are the levels good or no? Please let me know if you can perceive my voice. The chat is showing up. It's very hard to see the chat on this background. I need to get like a... Okay, you can hear me. You can hear me. Fantastic, fantastic. Good, 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 good. Is it worth putting like a background color on? Nah, it's fine, it's fine. Both you and the music. Sounds good, fantastic. Alrighty, I have the playlist of all the songs people have given me. I have got the 8 ideas that have been handpicked. I think they're a little shorter this time, so we might have time for a few extras after we've gotten through the predetermined picks. We'll see. We'll see. How's everyone doing today? Good, bad, somewhere in between? Please let me know while I mess with a few more settings. Just gonna try transitioning between scenes real quick, just to make sure. Yeah, that's working properly. Good, good. Should probably actually have the ideas pulled up on my screen. That's important. There we go. Doing good, pretty okay, fine, I guess. How am I doing? That is hard to answer. I have a new job working at a steel yard, which is, very physically demanding. Pays really well, so I'm a lot more stable, but I'm also tired and sore all the time. But overall, can't complain too much. Life has improved substantially since I've gotten the job. So everything should be going swimmingly moving forward. Does make it a little hard to actually get to, making videos now? I'm hoping as I get better at the job, I'll just develop more stamina to the point that I can just, work on stuff after work. But right now, I sleep so much. It's ridiculous. Ooh, Yogg's here. Hello, Yogg. Everyone here better be subscribed to Yogg. Makes the music for Design Dorks. It's fantastic. Wonderful meat remixes. Hello, Maximum Flyer, Master Sonic, Stephen Quinn. Got quite a lot of people here today. Excellent! Okay, 4 more minutes. I'm gonna open up the stream on my own tab. This is going to echo for just a few seconds. Apologize for the weirdness. I just want to make sure everything's working properly. Quite a lot of people here today. Okay, hello, excellent. Me. How is this sounding? 4 more minutes. Okay, okay. Good. Have I heard of the Speed Racer video game? I have not. But that does sound fascinating. Sleep is pretty cool, I think. It's nice, it's nice. It can sometimes be very difficult to find, but I used to have insomnia, but this job is very quickly curing it. It's much easier to sleep when you're dead tired. jump to the free-for-all tab real quick, just make sure that... Ah, nope, you saw nothing. I had that open on the wrong thing. That was spoilers. Okay, I think we're ready to start. Just got a few more minutes before the time I posted this up, so... And could I ask everybody in the chat real quick, just for my own curiosity? I know that school is starting for a lot of people, and some of you are already in it. Moving forward, what would be the best day and time to be hosting these things? I can't do Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesdays just because that's the days that I work. I don't have time or energy to do it then. But Thursday and Fridays are fine. I could probably do weekends. It's just a little more difficult. But obviously those are the way when most people are going to be around, so... I just want to get it to a point that as many people that want to watch it live can. James actually has summer finals now. Ugh. I do not envy you. Best of luck with that. Best of luck. Alright, it's 12:59 on my end. I'm gonna say that that's close enough that we can start proper. So, welcome everyone to the second live stream of Peasant's Perspective. If any of you are new here, this is essentially a series that's very similar to my usual brainstorms or quick concepts, but instead of me sharing the ideas, it's a community showcase sort of deal. I go through all my viewers' excellent ideas, pick out a handful of them, and we're just going to spend the next few hours gushing about them. It's going to be nice, it's going to be chill. It's very much just going to be me talking over documents, but if you need something to relax to, this is the perfect place to arrive. Now then, for our first concept, we have someone who is going for their very first attempt at writing down an idea they've had for video game concepts, a character for Smash Brothers. And I do apologize, I try not to pick favoritism for these sorts of things, but like I saw that Yogg put something in, our wonderful creator for our soundtrack of Design Dorks, and I couldn't resist that. I do have to apologize to you, Yogg. You had a preferred music track to put in, but it was a fan remix, so I didn't feel quite okay trying to throw that in, just, you know, not owning it. So instead, we're going to spend some time listening to some of Yogg's music while I read this. So I hope you'll enjoy. You better subscribe to him for more of them. Anyway, our first idea... and don't... hold your judgments until I get through most of this. So what if Freddy Fazbear was in Smash Brothers? I had a funny story when I read this title, because your first reaction to this, and really just with like most like super popular like things, it's just like, oh no, everybody knows what that is. But then you read this for a second, and you just realize that, you know, characters, horror game characters, do kind of fit perfectly as grapplers. So alright, let's begin. If there's been... Oh wait, hold on. Not quite begin. I need to share... Anyone with a link, copy link, put this in the chat. If you wish to read along, you are free to do so. Okay, now we can begin. There's ever been a character archetype in Smash Brothers that has been conspicuous in its absence, it's grapplers. There still kinda is no true full-on grappler character in Smash to this day, which Yogg finds both really interesting and really unfortunate. But he thinks he has cracked the code. he has found an iconic character that has all the stars aligning for him to be the premium Smash Bros. Grappler. And that not only would be that fitting for him gameplay-wise, but it'd also be representative of his whole franchise's foundation of how his games work. Freddy Fazbear from the Five Nights at Freddy's series. And in this little pseudo-essay thingy, he'll explain why he thinks this, as well as explain his full vision of him going by each move he'd have in Smash. 1. Freddy is already a grappler, conceptually. So, first off, what are grapplers even about, you may ask? Simple. To strike fear into opponents, to slowly make your way into your opponent's personal space, and to scare them into mistakes that will leave them even more terrified the next time you're close to them. Normally, a grappler is very slow, and its attacks feel heavy, potent, and scary to get hit by, and normally have high damage to boot. When you fight a grappler, you want to be as far away from their short yet intense striking range as possible. In the horror point-and-click game, Five Nights at Freddy's, you have to watch eerie animatronics roam around, closing on you for them to attack you, as you, as the player, must keep away from the animatronics, goodness, that's hard to say repeatedly, from the animatronics no matter what. The game's mechanics are about striking a balance between managing your resources and keeping the animatronics in check so that they don't get near you, until the clock hits 6 AM. If you fail to do this task, Freddy and company will strike with the one move that'll send you to the game over screen, their jump scares. After they do that to you, you'll know why you didn't want them to get too close. Freddy is already a conceptual grappler in his own games. You face off against him and the other animatronics, and it is your duty to not let him get into his effective range, aka enter the room you're in. From the start, it's all about keeping your distance, and for Freddy, it's all about closing in when the guard isn't looking. This, in of itself, translates perfectly into Smash and fighting games as a whole as a grappler archetype. The striking fear into opponents, the slowly creeping into his range, everything just fits. But if Freddy were to just creep into his effective range and hit his devastating blows and command grab and just that, then that wouldn't be enough for a whole Smash moveset. He wouldn't have the Smash sauce. How would he even attack? What would his special moves be? I do want to just set it aside right here that this is just so well worded. Like, that's such a good intro, right? Starts with the archetype and builds from there. That's a really good way of designing these sorts of characters to actually be, like, effective characters in a fighting game from, like, a gameplay standpoint. Number 2. Implementing Freddy into Smash. Let's make a few things clear about how he'd move. His dash and run speed would be sluggish, slower than Incineroar type of sluggish, while he'd have a, hey, at least I'm moving kind of dash. His jumps would be relatively good, since he's a 200, but since he's a 200 label? Pound. I know, I promise I know what that abbreviation means. I'm just talking really fast. He'd feel very heavy, and not be able to be super maneuverable in midair. Similar to, say, Luigi's air maneuverability. His double jump would suffer from this too. That being said, his normal grounded and aerial attacks would hurt. Mostly centered around being kinda slow, but either delivering very high damage or having a lot of knockback. Also, since this is a haunted robot that won't stop at anything to fulfill its programming we're talking about, we'll give him a special passive ability. He'll have projectile-specific armor when walking. He wouldn't be able to tank a full charge shot from Samus, but he would any projectile that deals 25% or less, because nothing would be more frightening than throwing all you've got to this freakish animatronic while he just keeps closing in. I know that sounds kind of overpowered just off of a first impression, but keep in mind that Link's walk is better than this. Like, the Hylian shield outright cancels any projectiles. So this is perfectly fine. And it's also just a really nice thematics. Just, you can do this with any horror character, just having them slowly move forward and just throwing anything at them and it just bounces off completely. That's really good thematics. On another note, I don't think he really needs a home stage, but if he had to get one, it'd easily be something like any of the FNAF pizzeria locales we get to guard at night in the games, or Fazbear's Frights from FNAF 3. Maybe just the parking lot of the abandoned building that was once Freddy's Pizzeria, with broken down animatronics outside. The music, there could be original stuff. What is this little thing? Sorry, I grab my glasses. I have now challenged myself to make a Smash-style song out of the FNAF 2 Something Lose at the... Oh, please do! And or mostly stuff pulled from Security Breach. Woo! Minecraft Steve, Pac-Man, and Mega Man throwing hands at the abandoned Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria parking lots. Now, he'll be going through each move of Freddy's, describing them as well as he can. Grounded attacks. His jab would portray him doing motions like when he's singing in the daytime, swinging his torso while his hands are on his side and slightly forward. Like how animatronics move, that weird, eerie robot swings and abrupt stops. They'd be short range, but they'd set up perfectly for his neutral special, which will be discussed later. For his crouching animation, he'd collapse to the ground, with his eyes turned off, doing a similar pose to how we mostly see Golden Freddy. With this in mind, his down tilt would be a glitch out, like how his head has spasms in the main menu screen. Sending out an electric attack from the malfunction of this. Ooh, okay. So kind of building off the fact that he's a broken animatronic and throwing some electrical effects in there, I like that. This would cover all of his front as he sits dead on the floor. Note that this is good for shield breaks, lots of shield damage. I've always felt like this electric attacks in Smash should have this effect. Obviously that'd make you'd have to rebalance Pikachu or Pichu like that, but it fits conceptually, right? Forward tilt. His forward tilt would be him moving his mouth, pretending to talk, and then thrusting his hand forward with holding his mic, as if asking a kid in the crowd for his opinion on the Fazbear show for the birthday boy. Be like Bowser's F tilt, very powerful, yet kinda slow. Up tilt would be another gesture from his eerie animatronic moves. He'd lift his top hat upwards twice, as if he were saying hello to the birthday kid. Very eerily looking though, as most animatronics are. Again, it'd have a good amount of startup, but it'd be a very good racking up damage tool. I love the idea of just, at high percentages, just killing somebody by lifting the hat and greeting. That's just funny. Forward smash, his signature scream. Imagine something functionally like Palutena's F-Smash, with just sound waves instead of angelic wings. He'd stomp the floor and let out an all-piercing screech, like that sound, like his jump scare in FNAF. There's a reference here, but I'm sure you all know what the sound is. Alongside his command grab, which again, we'll discuss in a moment, it'd be the big KO move to hit his Freddy. To compensate with the scream's extra range and just how much knockback it inflicts, it'd have a particularly long startup. He really prepares his throat's robotic lungs for that big screech. I think what you could do there, just in terms of just him being an animatronic, is have a fan whirring. Just to kind of sound like a vacuum almost. I do like this a lot. There's not enough sound wave attacks in Smash Brothers. Down smash, he simply shuts down, falling flat on the floor and staying dead for a moment before regaining its operativeness. Think K rules up smash, but instead of hopping and hitting upwards first, it just starts with Freddy going numb, pitch black eyes, and slowly leaning in, before he starts dropping dead on the floor, with the drop being hits, the hit possibly a spike on the fall, and then a big shockwave hit when it touches the floor. It's just a giant, just like a tombstone falling over. I like it. And then up smash, just throw up a big bite upwards, referencing the bite of 83. Which a fellow animatronic bear did. I'm picturing Piranha Plants up smash for that. And then dash attack. For his dash attack, he could leap forward like Fox does when he scares. Oh wait, no, Foxy does when he jump scares. Has that been made? Just a mod of FNAF, but just putting Fox over Foxy. That'd be funny. And FNAF slowly starts up, and he'd spring forward, covering a fairly good distance. And if he hits you right with his bite, it'd be extra powerful. just kind of takes Freddy too long to get back up for it to be spammable. His grab, of course, will be leaving the opponent's head stuck in his mouth. I just want people to take a moment to just kind of think about all of the characters in Smash Brothers and how gruesome and or hilarious this could be. Like for smaller characters, Pikachu just fit the entirety of Pikachu in its mouth. Or something big like Bowser's just barely fitting in there. With his pummel being just biting harder on his enemy's frontal lobe. All of his throws would just be him spitting out the victim in the direction chosen by the player, except down throw. This one would basically be his down smash visually, except he has his opponent stuck in his mouth. After falling down, the opponent would bounce off of the ground. That's great. I love the funnier throws like that. There's not many in the game, but they're all so good when they put a little extra effort there. Alright, aerial attacks. His Nair again would just have him glitch out, having electric shocks throbbing all out of his body. Similar to Mewtwo and Pikachu's Nair visually, but it functioned more like DDD's Nair. Big, lingering hitbox, one hit. Forward air would be an arm swing with a top down. Think Ganondorf's F-Air, but more monsterly. Less like a big, mighty punch, but more so an eerie, non-human creature trying to neutralize you in one hit. I'm kind of picturing a, what are they called? The golems. Golems in Minecraft. Just kind of robotically stiff arm, just up and then just slamming down. That worked nicely. Back air. This one would have Freddy take advantage of his animatronic shape. He'd turn around only his torso and above, leaving his legs still facing forward to then strike an uppercut with his mic. This is Freddy's slowest aerial, but also covers the most vertical space and is also his strongest aerial. Also his creepiest looking one. I almost want, like, just this owl turning around more in the moveset. Like, toss that in the back air or something. Just have him spin around with the torso to spin them backwards. That's a really powerful mental image. Up air is to make a parallel with another robot. Oh, any parallel to Rob is a win in my book. He'd rapidly rotate his arms to hit above him. Just a cute, cheeky one. When instead of doing a flurry of attacks like Rob, it'd be more like 2 quick hits than one big clap that'd throw all the way up. Picturing the hits timing like Cloud's F smash. Okay. Down air. As funny as I think it'd be if Freddy had a stomp kind of down air, like Falcon or Ganondorf, won't give him that. For his down air, he'll shut down once more, acting like a diving. So it just shuts down and plummets like Steve's anvil. That puts a whole nother level in like the suicidal spikes of Toon Link and Corn and the like. That's really good. I really like that. Now all this is cute and all, but if he's just that slow, he'd be way too easy to just keep out, leaving him with no chance of ever getting up close. Well, that's when the specials kick in. Neutral special. Finally, we get to talk about his command grab. This move has a very narrow horizontal range, albeit more than, say, Jigglypuff's rest or Luigi's up special sweet spot. He throws his arms forward, trying to grab the opponent. If an unlucky someone gets grabbed by this move, pour them as Freddy does a bear hug and crushes the opponent 3 times, before he screams directly at the opponent, launching them with absurd knockback and damage. This is the end of Freddy's game plan. This is what a Freddy player would want to think about as soon as they're in dash distance. Like when a FNAF 1 security guard has an animatronic right outside the door, you'd have to act fast to stop Freddy from getting you, and Freddy can delay the grab's timing by holding the button down. So it can also be used for the hardest of reads. That's really good. Like, the biggest problem with the quote-unquote grapplers in Smash Bros. Right now is that their grabs are very one-dimensional. Like, an Incineroar side B, you know what he's going to do, you know when he's in range. It has a very obvious hitbox, but being able to delay it a little bit like that, that makes it so much scarier. That's so good. Doesn't add up anything though, just makes it all the more satisfying to read a Sacred Scrub spot dodge. Side special. You guys made it too easy. For a side special, a camera error would occur. He'd stare directly at the camera, then get surrounded by a bunch of visual static and white noise. Then appear somewhere else as with the same visual effect, clearly referencing when the animatronics move in the FNAF cameras. This would let him teleport a fixed distance, always to the side he was facing before the move starts. This, alongside regular movement, would be his main way of closing in and avoiding projectiles and whatnot. However, if you start spamming it over and over in a short period of time, it'd start losing its invincibility and rendering it kind of useless. Freddy must know to only do this when his opponent is too careless when the Night Guard isn't checking the cameras. This is a really good 1-2 combo. Because, like, again, another problem with the grapplers we have in Smash Brothers is that it's really hard for them to close the distance and get that grab. There's a lot of projectile characters, a lot of characters with swords that can keep their distance from you. But this 1-2 combo makes it much easier. I'm going to switch scenes really quick because I think this is the end of, yeah, I'm going to go back to Yog's Sweden remix because next thing on the playlist would start for the next person, and we don't want that. Okay, back to Yog. Down Special. His Down Special is another version of his jump scare. Instead of the big screech he does in FNAF 1, and does F Smash, he'd scream the FNAF 2 jump scare sound, maybe shortened to match the attack's duration. This would be similar to Mewtwo's to Sable, except it'd have a tiny bit more range and it'd only work if you spook the enemy from behind. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's just a small thing for flavor, but that just fits so well with the idea of just sneaking behind somebody and like grabbing them to scare them. It's a nice touch. If it's in the front, it'll just be to launch the opponent at a relatively low fixed knockback. This means it would always send the same distance no matter the damage percentage. It's kind of good either way. This would be a good thing for combos where this is a more powerful disabling tool. Then up special, he'd throw out his mic to reach the ledge, holding the mic cable. The mic has a limited range, think of it more so Ivysaur's up special than Joker's up special. This is only for recovery purpose, just a tiny hit if you get in the way of the mic. Not referencing anything in particular, he just needed a recovery move and camera error was already used for the grappler. Maybe add the little, it can grab the opponent above you and reverse spike him, Byleth's chip, that'd be fun. I'd almost like this more to be, like Byleth's thing pulls Byleth to his opponent and spikes them down. I'd like this to pull an opponent to Freddy. Almost like if you hit them with it, it's a suicide kind of deal. Like you just pull it to him, he grabs them, and you just fall. Just as a way to kind of differentiate him from the many other tether grabs in the game. Still good though. I can't think of anything else for Freddy either for recovery. And then Final Smash. Pretty obvious, cinematic Final Smash that would find Freddy throw one big chomp forward as the activating hitbox, and those unfortunate enough to get bitten would appear in the main dining area of the Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria restaurant. They'd all look to their sides confused when suddenly the power would go out, and you'd be able to see Freddy's glowing eyes creeping in from behind the victims. You least expected he'd jump scare them all, and with one big swipe afterwards, he'd launch the opponents with inhuman force. And lastly, reflections and conclusions. For those who are concerned on whether or not Smash would ever let Freddy in, due to the lore of FNAF, which is rather displeasing, I mean, if we're gonna go that way, there's some dark stuff in Nintendo properties. Like, the entirety of Mother 3, I think is worse than FNAF. But he thinks if Freddy got in Smash, he'd be portrayed as how the original vision in the first game portrayed him, before all the sequels started rolling out a malfunctioning, creepy robot. Skipping past the unsavory details for the family-friendly rating's sake, maybe include some hints at it being haunted for extra spookies, but keep the horror in the creepy, scary kind of scares, not actually horrifying kind of terrors, if that makes sense. It's insane to Yog how everything kind of just falls into place in his eyes. The stars truly align Freddy Fazbear to fit perfectly into Smash Bros. And he feels like this moveset not only captures the dread of Freddy and his animatronic band, making his opponents have to be truly as careful around Freddy as a night shift security guard and stop him from getting close. But it'd also be the first full-on grappler that 100% focuses on getting the command grab first and foremost, unlike other grapplers we've had in Smash that could still be played without mainly going for their command grabs. He's very happy with this moveset and overall concept that he's come up with in the text. Do you think this encapsulates the FNAF dread and tension properly? Do you think there's another character that'd be even better for Smash's first true grappler? He'd love to discuss it with you guys. He's passionate about this and loves to see new ideas for movesets and characters' implementations. Thank you for reading this all, and you're welcome! So, what do you guys all think about Freddy in Smash Brothers? I will admit this wouldn't be my first pick for a horror game representative. I kind of feel like Resident Evil is the go-to for just like the obvious mascot of the series, but I think this works not only just really well, but arguably better than that, unless you include like a zombie from Resident Evil. Because at its core, this is just exemplifying the simple appeal of the jump scare horror game. Just a big, slow, terrifying creature that if it gets its hands on you, you're dead. I really like the projectile-specific armor. It's just a really nice touch to add to that creepiness vibe. I really like how several things just have him shutting down altogether. It's a nice thematic touch, as well as just kind of building off his animatronic nature and throwing in a few electrical attacks. That's a good way of fleshing out his moveset further. I think if I had to give one bit of feedback towards like what could be a little bit more, I really like the mental image of just turning in ways that a human body would not be able to do. It's like not even just the torso, just bending in ways that a body shouldn't bend. It's just really, really solid thematics to just add to the creep factor without necessarily raising the age rating with any sorts of like gore or referencing the awful things that happen in those games. Take a drink of water. Just give me 1 second. But yeah, I really like this. If not for Smash, this is like the perfect kind of moveset to put in Rivals of Aether. Like, it's possible to do. Freddy's not that complicated of a character to animate. Like, it just fits. It just fits really well. I'm just picturing like the victory animations, having like a Sephiroth thing where it's always on fire back there, but for Freddy it's always dark and you just kind of see his eyes flickering in and out. Maybe throw in a couple of the other animatronics as well. Like, I'll admit I don't really like the actual game he's from, but I do love this moveset. Alright. Move scenes real quick. And let's get the next theme for the next submission. Ooh, hold on. I just read from Camp MVP. I remember seeing it out of the corner of my eye from somebody else as well, that a Final Smash to involve a fake game crash. Yes, please. That goes for any other character that has that sort of fourth wall break in the game. I love when characters in fighting games actually start to mess with the game itself. It's so good. But anyway, our second entry for today's Peasant's Perspective is by 8-Bit Wise Man. Conceptualizing a new Pokemon type. Pokemon. What can be said about the biggest media franchise since Disney's Princess? What began as a humble Game Boy game back in 1996 has quickly become a worldwide phenomenon. It's got games, movies, toys, a long-running anime series, different kinds of merch, there's food-themed Pokemon around the world, a real-life Pokemon Center, a train, a plane, an entire park made in commemoration of these little Pokemon monsters that most people like. Sure, like most people who are probably reading this, I have been disappointed with how the series has been going on, but still, it won't stop me from talking about the things I continue to enjoy from the series, like Whooper. Oh, I forgot to share this. Let me toss this in the chat real quick. Here you go. Oh, I shared that wrong. One second. Copy link. There we go. That's the right one. And the actual subject of this doc being the Pokemon. Can we just take a moment to appreciate Whooper? Yeah, I've seen it in the chat too. Whooper is just such a solid design. Look at that little guy. 10 out of 10 Pokemon. To 8-bit here, one of Pokemon's biggest strengths is its type system. It's both a basic guide that allows the interactions between these monsters in battle, and a tool that helps with the creation of new species. A lesser game would have only done 4, maybe 6 or 8, but Pokemon is no lesser game. It offers both a surprisingly large quantity of types and interactions for what is a kid's game, as well as throwing some oddball picks like Psychic, Rock being distinct from Ground, Dragon, and Normal. Music is a tiny little bit loud. 1 second. It is a very loud song. It's Pokken. Let me turn that down just a little bit. It is a very bombastic song. There we go. Should be a little calmer now. Where was I? Furthermore, all of the interactions have some base on logic. Fire melts ice. Psychic geniuses are able to cure poisons. Fighting heroes always win against the dark evildoers. Ground can erode rocks. You can kill flying birds with one rock. Is it perfect? No. There's like 3 types that can do everything and others that do nothing. Who could maybe be the subject of a future entry of this series. But in general, 8-bit's happy with how the type chart operates and would probably do a few changes to it. But you know, there was a time when we didn't have 18 types. And back then, Game Freak did some creative polls with Dark, Steel, and most recently, Fairy. But it has been almost 9 years, and soon to be 3 generations. Maybe don't know if Pokemon Spain will make this doc age like milk without a shake-up to this chart. So, 8-bit here wants to do a new type with a unique twist. One that's a real stretch of the anime imagination. One that could fit here while maybe helping patch up some problems with the old chart. So while you wait, hopefully bouncing and squashing next. This is reeking of puns. Excitement for the reveal. Let me pull up my new type. Behold, the elastic, the flexible, the very durable rubber type. This was my reaction as well. What? And 8-bit realizes that. Yeah, no, not the first thing when you think about when you're talking about new types that Pokemon needs. Usually the suggestions I see on the topic are either separating a big type into smaller types, like separating a magic type from psychic, or a crystal type from rock, making a type that fits with Pokemon's existing mechanics and designs, turning the moves affected by the soundproof ability into sound type moves, or make spore-themed Pokemon into fungi types. Or joke types. A Pikachu type, food type, horror type, blood type. Marshadow, you did just call the type. Well done. And while 8-bit expects and wants a real 19th type to be something other than rubber, sound like, yeah, I think everybody can agree, like, this is the biggest, like, no-brainer next type that should be there. Still thinks that rubber is a type that is worth talking about. So what is the plan for this rubber type? 8-bit's pitch. Yes, and by that I mean that I want to do all the previous things fan types usually are. So, 8-bit's going to take a big chunk of Pokemon from one type, both to fill out rubber type's roster, but also to keep the other type more consistent. wanted to have it make sense in both design and mechanics, having the rubber type feel like rubber, and it's a funny idea, so he's doing it. This is a good justification for just about any concept out there. As for how he will do it, that's what the rest of this document is. The identity of the type. Before 8-Bit talks about type advantages and weaknesses and which monsters could be retconned to be rubber, first needs to talk about this little concept, let's call type feel. See, when one looks at any of the soon-to-be 1,000 Pokemon, they are able to correctly guess their type 99% of the time, with the rest mainly due to intentional misdirection or a concept not being well executed. This is the type feel, or simply put, the image you would get each time you think of that type and the creatures associated with it. While at first one would think that it was only superficial, on closer inspection, one is able to discern the points and qualities that make each type unique. Like how Pikachu, with its yellow body, lightning-shaped tail, and general association with mice, with speed marking him as a fast electric type. Volcarona, I can never pronounce that right. Volcarona, there we go, goodness, has bright orange wings that evoke the fire type. With its lack of arms hinting that, like most of its type, it's a special attacker. And of course, our beloved Whooper. Whooper's round and blue physique is a clear signal of being a water type, along with the fact that I can never pronounce this, axolotls are an aquatic species. This is what makes each type more than just bonus damage when a move hits a Pokemon of a different type. It paints a picture of your mind of how a monster of this typing would be in all sorts of aspects beyond look. And if rubber is going to be a type, we need to establish what rubber is. I really like how much thought is being put into how Pokemon types reflect on their designs. It really adds to... how do I put this? The sincerity and the seriousness of this concept. Like, I feel like this means business. Despite how much of a joke it feels like, this feels like a legitimate pitch for rubber as a type, because of just how well you're understanding how types mesh with Pokemon designs. Anyway, when one thinks of rubber, they would think of stuff made from rubber. Tires, erasers, bands, balloons, and balls. Most of the previous examples share two main qualities: resilience and flexibility. Due to much science jargon that I won't be explaining here, rubber is a material that allows it to be bent in many ways while keeping its original shape. It also tends to be able to withstand a lot of physical damage if it undergoes the process of vulcanization. More science stuff that we're going to talk on the dock. But finally, rubber is often used for toys like balls and balloons in the stories, which gives it this air of fun and silliness. So, after all that explanation on the basics of rubber, it's safe to say that it's clear what the type feel of the rubber type. Silly defense. The rubber type will accompany the steel type in being a purely defensive type. However, there obviously have to be differences, so we don't have another Ghost Dark situation. So I mentioned that it could be, in general, faster than other steel types and have a decent focus on its special defense, sacrificing some HP and not being as good as physical defenders as steel. And obviously we'd have a different type matchup, which on the subject of its battle properties. This section will focus both in the type matchup, super effectiveness, and resistances of the rubber type, as well as any bonus perks, like how you can't paralyze an electric type to note. So, here is the type matchup for rubber. Offensively, it beats electric, fighting, and poison. It is not effective against self, ice, fire, ghost, and steel, and rock, and it has no ineffective moves. Defensively, it takes half damage from water, fighting, poison, rubber, dragon, bug, grass, normal, ground, and flying, so it is resistant to a lot of things. But it takes double damage from ice, fire, steel, rock, and nullifies electricity completely. To explain the logic behind these, similar logic to most same-type resistance, rubber resists rubber. For electricity, obviously, rubber is a certified electric insulator. rubber is waterproof. You can't poison rubber. You can't... I mean, obviously rubber can't touch ghosts. Rocks can, but not rubber. Rubber is notoriously... Ghostbusters never use rubber. Rubber can resist erosion. Also, balloons contain air. I like that reasoning for flying. That's clever. Steel and rock beat rubber because they're both more stronger and more durable than rubber. Bugs, grass, and normal can't really do that much to damage rubber. True. Same logic as above, but funnier. I mean, yeah, what's a dragon going to do to an eraser? Fighting, if you punch rubber really hard, it may want revenge, aka Wobbuffet. And then fire and ice, temperature can affect rubber. I get that most of these are kind of jokes. I appreciate them as jokes. Like, I love the more jokey type resistances that are already in Pokemon. But this is very clever. I like the, how the effects of temperature affect rubber. And using that here. That's just solid. Alright. Bonus perks. It is immune to being poisoned, unless being hit by a Pokemon with the ability Corrosion. It is also immune to being paralyzed, unless hit by a Pokemon with the new ability Shocker. Rubber-type Pokemon have a higher chance of being frozen and taking longer to thaw. Rubber-type moves are reduced 50% in harsh sunlight, and can remove spikes when entering battle, but it still hurts it. I really wish there were more things like this in Pokemon, because this is fascinating. As not like an entirely new layered type matchups that you don't really think about at first. Like being able to use these Pokemon to counter certain status effect builds, but having others be more effective in turn, that's really good. I just read in chat to the master saying, guys, help, I punched a rubber ball and now my family is dead. Oh, that's good. Okay. Design notes. While at first glance it may seem like the type is cluttered and a copy of Steel, keen eyes may spot some crucial differences. For example, Ice has a new resistance. Probably will do a new future doc fixing Ice type, but the real difference is the swapping of defensive matchups. By that, they mean that Steel's main weakness, ground and fighting, are probably some of Rubber's more important resistances. Meanwhile, Rubber is weak against towards Rock and Steel itself. This is to make so players have to choose one of these types as their main tank Pokemon. Does Rubber's offer of resisting two of the more popular attacking types balance the fact that it still suffers in the hands of fairy types? Or maybe you can allow for those weaknesses by choosing Steel type, and missing the chance to do serious damage to electric types. There is also the chance of mixing the two, but at the cost of now having a ×4 weakness to fire, plus the higher chance of being frozen. Options are vital when you are building a team for your adventure, so while subtle, this is able to go a long way and help you become the very best like no one ever was. But we aren't done here, oh no. I can just say, you could have ended here. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do genuinely want a Rubber type in Pokemon now. You have me fully convinced. But no, we're not done. You can't choose to have a type in your team, but rather a Pokemon of that type and the moves they have. So let's be biologists and prepare our studies to retconning the Rubber type into the world. There have been, in total, 24 Pokemon, 2 Steel and 22 Fairy, and 4 moves, 3 Fairy and Bite as the single Dark, that have been retconned to fit the introduction of their new type. And that is surprisingly few, even taking into account any new Pokemon of that same new type introduced in that generation. At the moment of writing this sentence, August 1st, there are 919 Pokemon we know of. 905 original species up to Legends, Arceus, the 5 Scarlet Violet Pokemon revealed in the June trailer, and the Gen 9 starters with their first and second evolutions. 919 divided by 19, original 18 types, plus rubber, gives us around 48 Pokemon per type. So that means that 8-bit has to prove that 48 Pokemon can be classified as rubber. Inefficient? Yes. Stupid? Probably. But he's got a lot of free time, so let's catch them all. I like how it says feel free to skim past this section. I feel like this is the best part. So, I love the logic behind this. Igglybuff, Jigglypuff, and Wigglytuff, they're the Bloom Pokemons. So, these are now Rubber Fairies. Lickitung is also... this is why I love trying to add new types into this game. It adds more characteristics to Pokemon that kind of just feel there. Because just by adding rubber to Lickitung, it adds so much to what the Pokemon can do. And it almost like makes the design more impactful, you know? I know it's kind of weird to say, but you add rubber to its type and you can see it in its design. And of course, you gotta bring Lickilicky as well. I really like this one, Tangela, as a grass rubber. Because of course, they look like rubber. When it's able to pull its vines and they would snap, similar to trying to break a rubber toy. And it says that Hisui people chew on its vines similar to bubblegum. So, obviously, grass rubber. Politoed is water rubber, as it can bounce high and it can change the size of its throat like real frogs do. Which helps it also contrast more from Poliwrath. This one, I feel like this is kind of obvious. Why not in Wobbuffet? That's perfect rubber. Literally the punching back Pokemon. You hit it with something and it bounces back. That's really good. Octillery, water rubber. Octopuses are very stretchy. Octopi, sorry. Isn't like every pronunciation of plural of octopuses technically correct in some way? I don't know. Gulpin and Swalot, perfect poison rubbers. Spoink and Grumpig again. And really, there's a surprising amount of bouncy Pokemon in this game. And they all fit surprisingly well. Shellos and Gastrodon as water rubber. I know this is kind of starting to kind of stretch here, but it still works. Like there's far greater stretches in Pokemon right now than Slee Slugs kind of look like rubber toys. This is fine. It works. I really like Solosis, Duosion, and Ranunculus. Like again, just adding the typing to it, and you can see it in the design. That's so solid. Celigore, again taking off the slug and tube worm, but more importantly needs a secondary type to be a proper counterpart to Escavalier, which is so good because this is being made as a counterpart to like rubber is a counterpart to steel, so making Exceligore a bug rubber is perfect. Goomy, Sliggoo, and Goodra, of course, are rubber dragons. Looks like it perfectly. This is interesting, but I kind of love it. Like, I do think Zygarde kind of fits Dragon Ground more, but it does have that kind of weird stretchy shape that does make it fit rubber. Pyukumuku, rubber water, stretchy organs, fits pretty well. Xurkitree, it's literally a sentient pile of electric cables. That amuses me so much. Double, I think, probably the one that speaks to me the least, but again, there's bigger stretches in Pokemon. If it has spring-like yarn, then sure. Just feel a little odd to change Double, but not Wooloo. Like, Wooloo's literally just a ball. Silicobra, slippery snake, ground rubber. Clobopus, yes. Like, you can say this a lot about the more modern Pokemon designs, but like, it just looks rubbery. It's perfect. Fanfi and Donphin, it's literally an elephant with a tire, works perfectly. Trubbish and Garbodor, works perfectly, it's just trash. For similar reasons of Jigglypuff, although obviously not as strong, it's literally the Bloom Pokemon. Get Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey. Building off of the logic for octopuses, we have Ammonite and our glorious Lord Helix. Shuckle, I think this one's one of my favorite, because Shuckle isn't technically a bug, it's actually based on an endolith, which is an organism that's closer to fungus than a bug. So, Rubber Rock. It does literally look like just a bit of rubber oozing out of a rock. Apom and Ambipom giving more of an identity to some of the more boring normal types, making them rubber. This one I really like. Because it literally is just a blimp. It's perfect. And then the kind of stretching, but it's got stretchy arms, slippery eel, and that is all 48. And like, I'm impressed. I don't feel like all of them land perfectly. Like, Doxsero points out that Zygarde is literally, its whole purpose is to protect the ecosystem. I don't feel like rubber fits it as well. But like, for most of these, I can totally see the logic behind it. Hello, welcome back. Did you enjoy checking the table? Hope so. Well, while I'm reading the rest of this, does anybody else have any more ideas for other potential rubber Pokemon? Just out of curiosity, just to see if anybody else has any other ideas there. But in the meantime, in the time it took to fill this in, Game Freak announced 3 more Pokemon in their most recent trailer, which would up the average to 49 Pokemon per 19 types. We're still here. If you're wondering, the 49th Pokemon would probably be Fido the bread dog, since the website says it's moist and elastic like rubber. That's kind of funny. Like, it looks like bread, but you buy it. It's like those fake fruits that you see. Like when people are trying to be decorative and they put fake fruits that are like plastic in a bowl. Almost done. And we have a new Whooper form. Like, I will admit, I'm not as fond of new Whooper just because you can barely tell the difference. Like, this looks like a shiny, right? Am I alone there? Oh, Celerity, Drifloon and Drifloon. That's perfect Ghost Rubber. I'm kind of surprised that's not here. It's literally a balloon. And then Retcon moves. Wrap, Bounce, Coil, Bind, Bide, Lick, Slam, Body Slam, Belly Drum, Power Whip, Crush Grip, Ring Out, Octazooka, Constrict, and Defense Curl. All of which make a lot of sense. It's all based around something that is stretchy or bouncy. Ooh, I like that Squirtle as life. Ditto as a rubber type does make more sense to me. Like, it does kind of make sense for normal to turn into everything else, but like, it does look like rubber. Alright, with that work done here, what else can we do? We talked about why rubber could work as a Pokemon type, about its main battle properties, about its identity, and mentioned almost 50 mons that could be rubber. But there is more. All this time we're talking about the past, about how rubber would interact with the previous 18 types, or which already existing Pokemon could be classified as rubber. When in truth, we should be looking at the future. Towards all the creative avenues that the rubber type lets us go to. The unique combinations one could find a Pokemon with rubber. The creatures that sprawl out of my mind, and at this point I think should know what I'm talking about. So trainers, I need you to pull up your Pokedexes, grab your Pokeballs, and make sure your partners are healthy. Because I need you to find new rubber type Pokemon. That's right, to finalize this Mega Doc, I shall propose to you 4 different-ish Pokemon that have their main focus in the rubber type. feels fitting to show the whole potential of making a new type by showing some examples of Pokemon based on said type. Without further ado, here's some Pokemon I drew. Warning, not a good artist, so I hope the general idea of the Pokemon is carried through. That's fine, come on. That's better than I could draw. First, we have Scandinavian Award. I just realized it's just a narwhal version of Wailord with a little submarine. That's adorable. It's Wailord with a beard. I love that. Evolution of Scandinavian Wailord. Wailord of this region have adapted to the freezing waters by developing horns and pseudo-beards of ice that help them chisel their own paths. There's a tale of a Viking who once rode above one of these sea beasts. Sukkakondpai. Sukkakondpai? I don't know. It's a pipe snake. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it again. Are dastardly Pokemon. They're known to mimic real hydropiping to keep all the water for itself. This water is stored. Oh, it's a hose! It's pretending to be a hose. I get it. Oh, that's good. I really like that. You just go to water your plants. You pick it up, but nope, it's a snake. I love that. That's adorable. Oh my gosh. Before being officially registered, people thought Chickatrix was the result of a Pokemon raising an egg that wasn't their own. Chickatrix are very popular pets, mainly for their adorable look, naive behavior, and being able to survive massive damage from various sources. Please say it evolves into a rubber chicken. Yes! And it's a rubber dragon! Yes! Members of the species are both short-statured and short-tempered. Even the slightest breeze can have a horde of these suddenly fight you. And if they fight you, you better pray to Arceus for mercy. I love that so much. It's just a rubber chicken dragon. Report completed. We are done. 8-Bit hopes their pitch for this unconventional type was at the very least interesting to your reader, because this has been in the weeks for a month, they believe. Probably going to do something less taxing now. They had a lot of free time to write docs, but still, this won't be the last one. I would love to see more things like this. This has been 8-Bit's perspective on the rubber type Pokemon. I love this so much. Like, before reading this, I always thought that, like, sound was, like Marshadow was saying, like, Jellopocalypse did a fantastic video on what a sound type being added to the game would be. But, like, this has fully convinced me on the potential of a rubber type that I didn't even think was there beforehand. This works so well. And, like, so much thought was put into, like, how this functions gameplay-wise. Like, sure, it's all fine and dandy to just, like, try to assign typings to Pokemon that exist now, but this is, like, actual gameplay thought put into this. As more of a special defense take to mirror Steel types' physical damage. And it gives it a really solid identity in Pokemon's gameplay. Which I feel like is the most important part when you're trying to ask what kind of types should you be putting into the game. Because now my brain's just worrying about, like, what else could they throw in there? What other rubber things? You could have like a ghost rubber stress ball that has just consumed all of the stress that people are putting into it, just squeezing it over and over and over again until eventually that stress became a life of its own and possessed the stress ball. I saw someone mention Ditto as a rubber type. You could do like a different, like a regional variant of Ditto that tries to mimic people, but it can't like mimic their color. It just stretches into whatever shape they are. It's so good. It's so good. I love this. Oh, hold on. Actually, this is pretty much the end of this little segment. Does anybody else have any other ideas for, like, other places to bring a rubber type into the game? Like, just various things in the world that could make a cool Pokemon of this type. That's one of the coolest things about adding new Pokemon types. You can draw inspiration from things that you previously couldn't because they didn't really fit into whatever types were here. Peer, that's not okay! Just says making Ditto a rubber type is not going to help the breathing comparisons. That's so Oh, Stunfisk, that's a good one. Oh, Friend Rip, that's great. Yeah, because this hasn't been talking about, like, what trainers could be themed around it. Like, a rubber-type gym leader could run his toy store. Or, like, a circus or something like that. What's the old man from Up? Just has a balloon house in the sky. Rubber steel type based on a Jeep might be fun. Oh yeah, taking the tire thing into account, like, you could make what's the red ugly legendary for the 9th generation? The one that you ride around like a motorcycle? That's an easy rubber type. Stinky Cheese Rat is rubber poison. A dodgeball Pokemon that launches itself at people and is rubber fighting? Yes! Or like one of those things on playgrounds, I can't remember what they're called, but it's a large pole in the ground with a ball and a string attached to it. You just hit the ball around it and it swings around and around and around. What are those things called? I don't remember. Like the outward. Kraydon, that's the legendary, the ugly legendary. Balloony from Phineas and Ferb. Do not appreciate Kraydon being called ugly. That is such a busy design. Like, you can't look at that and tell me that it's Tetherball. Goodness, I'm an idiot. Thank you. Sorry if I'm responding to things. There's like a 5-second delay for the stream. But yeah, exactly. You just have a Tetherball Pokemon that's just like a kind of humanoid thing with a... Maybe make it like a braid or something that just swings around its head for fighting rubber. You can make an ARMS kind of Pokemon, like the game ARMS. Just a fighting Pokemon with spring-like fists. That also worked well. Snorlax is a rubber type. You know what? That's not bad. Snorlax is a rubber type because it's blubbery. Like, maybe not Snorlax itself, but like a regional variant. Like, there's so much you can do here. But yeah. That was 8-Bit Man's concept on rubber. Now then, time to move on to our third idea of the day. And as you can see from the thumbnail, I don't appreciate that. Like, this felt almost like cheating by Smashers here. Like, just looking at my preferences and being like, okay, what could we grab that Duke would not be able to resist highlighting in some way? And Smashers was right. Like, you put Adeleine on anything. Like, that's just... Come on. She's one of the most adorable characters ever. But let's begin. Kirby is the Smash series that Smashers here feels like is the most stuck in the past. While Zelda is this to a lesser extent, Zelda's the character that honestly needs the biggest change, in their opinion, they feel like Kirby has nothing of substance past Kirby Superstar. Spirits and music are nice, but they feel it's time to move on from Sakurai Kirby for a bit, and feel a newcomer would really help for this. But doesn't think it should be Bandana Waddle Dee. He's still a character that was created by Sakurai, and honestly he wouldn't really represent much of the series aside from the modern era. Instead, let's look at a character that would not only represent a whole era of games, but also, to move on from Superstar, Adeleine paints Smash a new color. Who is Adeleine? Adeleine is a young artist who debuted in Kirby's Dream Land as the second-to-last boss in the game, being a semi-boss rush of Dreamland 2's bosses using her various paintings to attack Kirby and his animal friends. But afterwards appeared in Kirby 64 as one of Kirby's allies, and it would take another 18 years for her to appear in another Kirby game and have the 64 crew fully reunite. For the most part nowadays, Meta Knight is taking her role as the fourth member of Kirby's group. Something I think is a little undeserved, but that's another story. And I need to gush for just a second. I love Adeleine. Adeleine is one of my favorites, just characters in general. She is adorable. Her ability is one of the coolest things you can do, like just painting something and making it come to life. That is like top 5 powers, like interesting powers you can have in general. That's so cool. And they just don't use her at all. Why Adeleine? Feels that when it comes to more common Kirby character requests, Adeleine is probably 4th, compared to Bandana D, Dork Matter, and Magolor, which, to be fair, aren't bad choices. But Smashers thinks Adeleine would be a perfect choice for one simple idea. She plays differently than the entire Kirby cast in Smash. Why no Ribbon? This will probably be a question I'll get to this moveset, but Ribbon isn't part of it. Why? Well, Adeleine and Ribbon aren't Duck Hunt or Banjo and Kazooie. They're not inherently a duo. And I don't think Ribbon would add anything to Adelaine's moveset aside from 1 or 2 moves. And personally, feels that it would go against her design if Ribbon made her floaty or gave her an additional jump. So for the most part, the fairy is not there. Maybe it's Adelaine's legendary spirit, but not part of her movesets. I feel like this, just to kind of add to this, Ribbon would be a good thing to add into the victory animations. That's an easy way. Oh, thank you, Ditto Master. I did completely forget the link. Copy link into chat. Sorry about that. That's fixed. Continuing. Adelaine's design in Smash is pretty simple. She plays much differently from Kirby, Diddy, and Meta Knight. She isn't floaty. She doesn't inherently have more than 2 jumps, and most importantly, she is a glass cannon. In her series, Adeleine is infamous for having the least amount of HP of any boss. Heck, in Star Allies, she has the lowest HP of the entire cast. Obviously, in Smash she's not in 300% all the time, but she can't take hits and recover from them as easily as the other guys. Her normal moves also have a sense of her being a less capable fighter than the other guys. Kirby has a lot of fighting moves at his disposal, Meta Knight is a skilled swordsman, and DDD uses his hammer and bulk. Adeleine, well, she tries. Most of her normals are her basically doing what she can to defend herself, whether it's just flailing her paintbrush around or a very quick art attack. She's not as much of a fighter as the other guys. But that's where her main gimmick comes into play. Her side, up, and down specials are the same, but with different effects. Adeleine will draw a painting version of Rick, Ku, and Kine, and temporarily ride them for some extra durability and damage offsetting her weaknesses. I just read in the chat, why would you even want to fight Adeleine? Just befriend her and give her head pats. That is fair, but I think I would still want her in the game, if only to give her the relevancy to actually start putting her in more Kirby games. Because, like, come on. Like, she's so good. Why isn't she in more of these? Gosh. When riding an animal friend, Adeleine gains a significant buff to her defenses and a whole set of powerful specials. However, she doesn't have most of her normals. They're pretty much replaced with just her swinging her brush in a general direction, and graps. And when an animal friend is used up, whether by taking too much damage, using her shield special, or just after a certain amount of time, she can't use that respective friend for a few seconds. The animal friends basically act as ways for Adeleine to finish off opponents rather than her main source of damage. She shouldn't rely on them or else she'll soon be left defenseless. In terms of her stats, they're comparable to Toon, Link, and Lucas for the most part, with Toon being her more aerial movement options. While Lucas is her weight and speed, the animal trios have their own stats, with Rick being the average, Ku being the fastest and has the best recovery, and Kynes the slowest, being tank hits unlike the other two. Normals. Jab is just 2 basic swings with her paintbrush. Obvious. Side tilt is a slower paintbrush swing straight forward. Up tilt has her swinging her paintbrush in an arc above her, causing a small rainbow to appear above her. Just want to kind of throw out here, I think it'd be cool if you added just not the same effect as like Inkling does, but just kind of paint splatters. More partially for the aesthetics of just kind of rainbowing up any character you hit, but also to kind of give it a little more identity over just, hey, I'm holding a thing and I'm swinging it towards you. Just have kind of like paint blobs go a little bit forward past the attacks to give like slight chip damage, like 1 or 2% damage over these attacks. I feel like that'd be a really nice addition to give the make it so she's just not holding another pseudo sword, you know? Down tilt, Adeleine does a quick slide kick forward that bounces off of opponents, similar to how the slide kick works in the Kirby series. If Kirby can't have it, at least Adeleine does. That's funny. Dash attack is her classic running forward with a fling with a paintbrush in a panic. Kind of a Luigi dash attack in that way. Forward smash, she takes out a paint bucket and launches a ball of paint from it, similar to the clean pitch in the Kirby series. Down smash, a paint version of the Ice Dragon appears and slams in front of Adeleine, protecting her and launching opponents away, with the charge up being Adeleine painting the creature. Similarly, with the up smash, it's Krako, repeatedly shocking opponents above her and disappearing. I really like the idea that the charge up is just her painting. That's really, really cute. And then neutral air, flails her paintbrush, forward air does a simple kick forwards, back air swings a paint bucket in front of her, behind her, and up air pokes with her paintbrush upwards. Another quick just recommendation, make this her easel. Almost kind of like it's a Palutena shield, almost. Have her just kind of swipe with that with a flurry of color going alongside it. Marshada says, why do you feel like Adeleine and Luigi would get along well if they met? They would, wouldn't they? Dyxo, you can't say that. It says now you want Adeleine and Luigi's mansion. Don't put the idea in my head. I'm gonna be disappointed every time a game like that comes out and she's not there. Grab pummel, Adeleine knees the opponents. I'm not as fond of the physicality there. I feel like a pummel from her should just be like her, just kind of painting on an opponent's face, almost. Like, the grab is like her easel, and they're just trapped on her easel as she's painting on them. Yeah, exactly, like this. All of her throws have her opponent seated on a stump as if they were her muse. The opponent is seated on a stump as Adeleine paints a big bang. Exactly, like this! Just trap them as she's trying to paint for them, and then just paint things to launch them. It's perfect! Back throw, they're seeing the stump. Adeleine paints a bomber that launches them away. Up throw, she paints a twister that hits them multiple times upwards. And down throw, she just gets frustrated and slams her canvas on the opponent. Oh, that's so good. Especially if part of the animation is just her walking backwards dejectedly. Just that frustration of an artist when you just have a block and you can't figure out what you want to paint more of. That's so good. Alright, getting into the special attacks. Neutral special is Ado Paint. Adeleine takes out her canvas and paints one of a few enemies. A Batamon that simply walks around, a Ghost Knight that thrusts its lance forward, an Is the I3 or I cubed? I can't remember. Whatever it is, it crushes anything below it as it hops forward, and an Octocon that enlarges itself to damage enemies if attacked. These enemies can be attacked and defeated pretty easily, but they do block most projectiles, giving them a defensive purpose instead of an attacking one. This is such a solid summoner moveset. I'm just realizing this right now, but Adeleine's like just perfect for that. Fits the archetype like a glove. It's just now clicking on me. Are these actual 3D models? Oh my god! How did you do this? Did you make these? These are so good! I was kind of just breezing past them because they looked like just official. Good grief, that's beautiful. Well done, well done. Anyway, side special, Rick Paint. Adeleine paints Rick the hamster and hops on his back, changing her specials and normal attacks, but also giving her a boost in defense as well. Rick Paint's neutral special is Fire Breath. Breathes a burst of fire at the opponent, similar to Reptar's neutral special in Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl. Side special is Stone Rick. Rick turns into a boulder as Adeleine tries to balance herself on him. Buries at higher percentages, but if Adeleine is hit, she... Oh no! Oh wait, I thought this was just Inkling's roller for a second, but it said if Adeleine is hit, so she tries to balance on top of him, but she can be knocked off of him? Am I understanding this correctly? I like that. Up special is Parasol Launch. Rick opens up a parasol and launches Adeleine into the air, giving her good recovery, but also at the sacrifice of Rick, who bursts into paint afterwards. And down special is Hamster Beam. Rick somehow fires a beam whip of electricity in front of him, a quick spamming move to build up damage. Now, this might feel like too much added to a moveset, especially if the other moveset, yeah, they all have that. But it doesn't feel overwhelming as it's just the specials, and it seems like a really nice way to both reference the animal friends, but also get a lot of different copy abilities into the game, because that's kind of what this is doing here. Letting the animal friends show off the copy abilities, while making the Adeleine the catalyst that brings it all together. I like it. I like it a lot. Up special is Coo Paints. Adeleine paints Coo the Owl and hops on his back, changing her specials and normal attacks, but also giving her an additional jump and speed at the cost of only a small buff to her defense. Ooh, it does say the normals as well. It just doesn't... Okay. We'll read Coo's in a second, but... Hang on, I'm zooming in on this. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so good! That's so good! Oh, I'm crying. Right. What was I saying before I saw that? I don't even remember. Right. I feel like adding normal attacks into it is a bit too much. I feel like the normal should be the same and she's just using them while on a mount. Although that might not work if she's stuck in time. Anyway. What was it? Coo's Paint neutral special. Feather Blades. He shoots out 3 feathers that spread out. Really good at close range, but not as good from a distance. Side special is Coo Duster. Adeleine turns Coo into a feather duster and waves him in front of her, stripping up opponents that get too close, but leaves her very open from the backside. Up special is Parasol Twister. Adeleine is placing Coo's talons as the duo spins up, which gives them massive vertical recovery, but not any damage. And the down special is Flame Comet, who crashes down as a fireball, which deals massive damage upon impact with the floor of an opponent, but at the cost of immediately losing Coo. If Adeleine is midair when it collides, she immediately goes into freefall. Gives the biggest defense boost at the cost of mobility. It's not like Kind eats her. That's it's just using it as like a turtle shell. God damn it. Okay, how does this work? Neutral special is frozen fish. He surrounds himself with ice particles as long as the button is held down. However, holding it for too long causes Kind to freeze in an ice block before bursting into paint. It's a great move for racking up damage and freezing opponents on the final burst at the cost of Kind when it's finished. Side special, plunger grab. A plunger briefly appears out of Kind's mouth that if it... Wait, how? But... How... That you have an entire Adeleine there to... Does she turn into the plunger? Does Kind swallow her and spit a plunger out instead? Does the plunger come out of Adeleine's mouth? I'm so confused! So it's a reflect. It's a reflect. Okay. Up special is a fish flop, just flops into the air and lands with a splash on the stage. I'm picturing Nigel Thornberry's up special with that, and then Puffer Needle. Pufferfish. It's the needle ability. I can't get over that picture. It's gonna haunt my nightmares. Okay. Oh, yes! Final smash, artist attack. Adeleine takes out her canvas as a dark mass appears on it, sending her into a panic as a painting version of Miracle Matter forms from the painting, casting the stage in the shadow. As it uses all of its elemental attacks around the stage. Adeleine hides behind her canvas. The final attack Miracle Matter does is the bomb form. I'm so excited for this that I'm slurring my words. I'm sorry. Where its bubbles home in on foes and finish them off. Once the final smash finishes, the stage returns to normal as Adeleine calms down and gets back into her fighter position. This is just targeted directly to me. I appreciate it so much. Just, yes, please. Also, just look at this! This was made! That's so good! Right, Marshadow, I'm sad that this won't be in the game. Like, please, Kirby, put Adeleine in more games so she can get more recognition, please. Taunts. Note the animal friends only have one taunt. Side taunt, Adeleine quickly waves toward the screen. That's adorable. Adeleine paints a small painting of a Game Boy before her canvas disappears. And down taunt, Adeleine takes out her crystal medallion. This is just hitting me with nostalgia after nostalgia. Just, my heart is growing in 3 sizes this day. It's targeted. How dare you, but also thank you. Rick taunts, she scratches Rick's behind the ears, which the hamster appreciates. Ku stretches his wings, which almost makes Adeleine fall over. And Kind just flops over. Idle's just looking around, looking at her palettes. Rick scratches his face with his foot. Ku preens his feathers. And Kind just moves. As he does. Shield has her hiding behind her canvas as the painting as the colors slowly become darker before bursting into paint, leaving her dazed. So it's a unique kind of shield. Like it. Waffleman, it is pandering, but the best kind of pandering. Then when she's writing the animal buddies, their shield is them hiding into a sack as the colors slowly become darker before it bursts. Oh, Kirby Hat Adeleine. There was a Brawl in the Family comic with that. Just him swallowing the artist ability and then just him looking depressed and saying, "Nobody understands my genius." God, I miss that comic so much. Entrance animation is the star-shaped portal. Victory Animations has her doing the victory dance with the animal buddies. My heart can't handle this! 2 is having her painting a picnic. You better have the other Kirby cast there too. She better not be alone in the picnic. Oh no, she's painting the picnic. Duh. Now, still actually have her paint her friends, please. And Victory 3 is just a quick painting of a self-portrait. I feel like you could throw in Ribbon here as well. Just a self-portrait of the two of them. Because I feel like there is enough of a tie to Ribbon between just the story between her, the story ties with 64 and just her being tied to her and Star Allies. She should be here somewhere. Oh, I just saw the I just saw all the colors. Ah! No! Oh, my heart. It's too much. It's so cute. Ah! Look at the hand-colored one. It's like she sketched herself, but it's not just ah! That's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4 players in 64. Ribbon, a black and white like the other Kirby characters. Her Dream on 3, but the sketch is so good. I do need medical attention, Skycrafter. It's too much. Ah! It's so cute. No, I'm done. It's the edits were ported by SAB64 and edits were made by you. I did enjoy reading this strange but fun moveset idea. This just made me feel happy. I wish I could say it in a more, like, just erudite way, but, like, my brain's kind of just stopped working. I'm just happy. My heart feels warmed right now. It's perfect. 10 out of 10. I need that picture again. Like, just look at... It's so good. What do you all think of Adeleine and Smash? Just Adeleine in general. Let's just gush about Adeleine for a few minutes, please. I feel like Adeleine... The feeling I have towards Adeleine is very much the kind of how you feel towards like a childhood friend you've had from a very, very young age. It's just that kind of tie. That sort of love of friendship. It's just, yeah, you see him again, and it just brings you back to those happier days. Which one's gonna be my desktop wallpaper? Probably this one. Like, unironically, I might just make this my wallpaper. That's so cute. It is cozy. It is based. She needs to be in more games. A unique and fun character that Eric would like to see more of. Great movesets. Ah, oh, it's so good. Like, I know I made the Dark Matter video, but if it was my personal choice, I choose Adeleine. I choose Adeleine over Meta Knight. I wouldn't. Oh man, she's like tied with DDD for Kirby characters I love. Chef's Kiss Magnificent. I do agree with the EPSF. I do think that giving the animal friends their own normals does overcomplicate this too much. Like, they should just be mounts, and she's using her abilities right normally while riding them. Or I guess with Kine, she could, like stick her hand out of its mouth and swipe with the paintbrush in the same way that she does for her normals, but that's just... I'm just picturing, like, for the up and down smash, like, how she's painting. It's just Kine with a hand sticking out of Kine's mouth, painting the dragon or Krako, and using that for the smash attack. That's so good. I don't have anything else to add to this. This is just perfect. Well done. Well done, Smashers. Well done. Alrighty. Now then, move on to the next. Here, actually, let me get a drink of water first. I've been talking for a while. Oh, I just read from Jonathan. Make the animals like your 8th alt. I didn't even consider how the animal friends would change with the alts. Ah, that would be so good. Just little sketches of the animal friends. My heart cannot handle it. Okay. Anyways. Next up. Loath as I am to move on from Adeleine, we need to continue on. As Dyxo brings us a very fascinating idea about an Advanced Wars fighting game. Advanced Wars Skirmish is a... I'm going to remember to copy the link this time. Here you all go. See you later, Yogg. Thanks for stopping by. It was delightful seeing you in the chat. It's a 2D fighter based on Advanced Wars Black Hole Rising, reimagining the different playable characters as if they led from the front, and must took a frontline position. The game features a standard 4-button layout with universal health amounts, and a max of 2 super meters between every character. One bar is larger than the other to show when their level 1 CO power and level 2 super power are available. Every character, save for Stern, can summon the different units from Advanced Wars to aid them, though which ones is character dependent. These replace normal projectiles outright and cost a quarter meter to summon, though only one can be on the screen per person. Each unit costs a third of a bar to summon, which means every player must learn how to build meter early on in order to get their units out. Already, 2 paragraphs in, I am hooked. This is a fighting game built around summons. Has that ever been done before? That's fascinating. Having the summons replace projectiles outright? Like, I don't think there's anything that's ever been like that. I love this idea. However, each character also has their own meterless specials, as well as units not always functioning the same between characters. So not only do they have their own options beyond their normals to interact with the opponent, but each CO's tactics are expressed through how they manage their troops. I never played Advanced Wars. What's it like? Picture Fire Emblem, but modern military. That's not exactly correct, but it's in the same ballpark. It's made by the same people. Each character retains their theme from Advanced Wars 2 as well, but with each song remixed specifically for the game. While some have songs already fitting for a fighting game, those that don't have their melodies altered to fit how they play within the game. Activating supers that grant passive effects over time will play a remix of the appropriate version of the superpower theme as well. Got the basic controls legend, light punch, light kick, heavy kick, any attack button, movement direction, and holding buttons. Now, we have the roster. Got the orange star, the blue moon, the yellow comet, green earth, black hole. I'm not going to read these up because it is just the roster of Advanced Wars, but we do have options to link to specific ones here. And I think... let's grab... I'm not going to go through every one that is available, because that would take a while. But let's check out Sammy's, just to give an idea of how a character in this game would work. Let me swap the music really quick to Sammy's theme. I did pull it up. Hold on. I have a advertisement I have to skip through first. There we go. It's such a good song. And back. Alright, Sammy's playstyle is keep away. Sammy stands firm, rifle at hand, and ready with her infantry to take a mile for every inch she can squeeze out of her opponent. She specializes in building meter and keeping her opponent away with long-range normals and cheap assists. While she is good at keeping opponents out, her own projectile game is surprisingly lackluster in spite of her rifle, and she can have difficulty getting out of disadvantage without spending meter. Even though her damage output is overall low, having some of the weakest single attacks in the game, her ability to string together multiple quick attacks and keep the opponent off balance more than makes up for this, as long as the Sammy player is able to work around her lack of unique defensive options should their plans go awry. Oh, I'm so bad with fighting inputs. This is 5 light punch, right? Just smacks with the butt of her rifle, short range, works as a fast anti-air. If pressed a second time, she'll slam it downwards on the enemy, dealing enough stun to start a combo, but easily whiffs in the first input. These are very well described. Like, I can picture the attacks in motion with how you're describing these. Second light punch is upward butt stroke, while... butt stroke. God damn it. While crouching, hits a surprising wide area above her head, and slams the butt of her rifle downward. Fast hits high for the... light punch. Heavy swings her rifle diagonally downwards, pushing the opponent. This is amusing me a lot how a gun is just being used as a melee weapon. That's just amusing. But yeah, using the rifle as the heavy punch. I'm not gonna read all these out fully because you get the idea from how a fighting game is generally set up. Like light kick is swift kick to the opponent's angles. Second kick is a low thrust kick, hits low, decently fast. What I really want to show off is I'll go with the normals real quick. Just reaching out, she has a grab for the opponent's shoulder. She trips them while pulling back, causing them to fall into their face while she is standing. It's very much being designed more around a sorry, like a traditional fighting game. So like, get any ideas of Smash Brothers out of your brain right now. This is more Street Fighter than Smash Brothers. Really want to get to... yeah, this is what I wanted to show off. So, specials. Forward fire. Sammy shoulders a rifle and fires forward, creating a 3-round burst that sends forward a weak but full-screen set of projectiles and creates an exaggerated muzzle flash alongside each bullet. The muzzle flashes have high knockback and chain into each other if the opponent is hit point blank. If HP is pressed, you'll crouch down before firing as well. No, sorry, HP heavy punch. Sorry, I'm really bad with fighting terminology. Having a bit more startup time while granting upper body invincibility and having both projectile and muzzle flash hit low. She has anti-air burst. Sammy fires upwards from the hip, creating a... hang on. This just hit me. 2, 3, 6. This is like directions, right? I've seen these numbers all over the place. That just clicked with me. Okay. I'm following this a little better now. Anyway, anti-air burst. Sammy fires upwards from the hip, creating a 3-round burst that sends forward weak but full-screen projectiles diagonally upwards and creates an exaggerated muzzle flash alongside each bullet. Has the same properties as forward fire, except for the upwards angle causing her HP crouching variant to hit mid instead. But now we get into the really good stuff. Transport copter. A helicopter appears from off-screen, with Sammy grabbing onto it and firing her rifle downwards. This allows her to go clear over her opponent, but leaves her vulnerable to aerial attacks from them. It can either cross up the opponent or carry them to the corner if it hits, depending on how far it was used from them. Uses a third of a meter. She also has the personnel carrier. An armored vehicle is summoned and flies forward across the screen. Knocks away the opponent and can hit them off the ground if they were hit by a hard knockdown. Uses a third of them. I love the idea of a fighting game built around, like, summoning just anything about it. Building that around, like, the classic Advanced Wars units, that's so good! She also has the mechanized infantry. A soldier pops to her side and fires its bazooka forward, creating an explosion that knocks away the opponent. Her highest damage single attack and a reliable tool to get out of disadvantage. Because, like, you have to keep in mind, like, sometimes these sorts of summoning projectile-focused characters can be a bit annoying to deal with. But if it's a game where everybody has access to them, that annoyance is nullified. It just becomes a battle of summons trying to set up your board in a way that beats your opponent. In a way, it really nicely mirrors Advanced Wars itself. We got her power ability, Double Time. She'll summon both an APC and a T-Copter, with a mech unit popping out of the top of the former and an infantry unit hanging from the latter. The two are sent forward, with the mech unit firing off staggered shots from its bazooka while the infantryman is laying down suppressive fire with its machine gun. Grants invulnerability on startup and acts as Sammy's go-to get-off-me move when she has meter, and it uses 1 meter. And the superpower, Sammy pulls out a whistle and blows it, creating a high-pitched noise briefly as a swarm of mech and infantry units run along the bottom of the screen. Mech units will fire their bazookas forward while the infantry shoot their rifles into the air, creating a wave of projectiles that the opponent will have to block to not be swept up into. Uses both meters. Like, this entire... I'm not going to go through every single character, but everybody has things like this. Like Max here. Let's jump in really quickly to show the summons to give an idea. Like, in his case, he summons a tank on the screen, firing off its cannon every other second. Always spawns on the side behind him as it rolls along, so it's a more of a slower pressure tool. It's a powerful way to reset back to neutral if he's struggling in a corner. Like, I apologize for having a hard time to word this, as I don't know enough of fighting game terminology to really toss out bigger ideas, but it's a great way of, like, taking this core concept and just diving into it and pulling every single nook and cranny that you can to just fully flesh it out. And then he just has, the types just thrown out here. All-rounders, rushdowns, grapplers, zoners, key plays, and set plays. Like, they're all still fighting game characters. They all have, like your basic punches and kicks, fighting with their whatever weapons they've got in their hands. But throwing in this summoning angle makes it stand out so much more when compared to other games like it. It's the kind of game that I just want this to exist. I don't know if I enjoy playing it so much, but it'd be such a good way to bring Advanced Wars back into the spotlight in just such a creative and charming way. Since you're in the chat, Dyxo, I gotta ask, are the summons like actual, like, miniature sprite versions of the summons? Like, if you summon a tank, do you get like a full-size tank rolling in behind Max? Or is it like a small pixelated version of the tank just firing forward? Also says that he'd like to see it designed by Arxis, but... because, you know, Arxis. I'd rather see this be done by a small indie team to like how Cadence of Hyrule is a fan team's love letter. Ooh. I do like that a lot. I do want to check out Sturm really quick, because you said this was the one character that did not have any summons. Just how does that change here? Sturm trains the unit summoning mechanic that is otherwise universal for power meter options that immediately resolve his weaknesses and enable an advantage state to as oppressive as his war tactics. And he's a grappler. Okay. Oh yeah, problems closing that gap in first place. So this is the nemesis of the game, just the big dude, imposing dude. Let me quickly read this from Dyxo. Idea is to have the characters be proper 3D renders while the units are slightly blown up versions of the Advance Wars 2 sprites. So that way people can just walk behind their summons. Okay. I like that, yeah. Just kind of overlaying them in front. That's such a strong art style, too. Just having that mesh of 2D and 3D visuals. Like, again, there's not really a game like this. This would be so just different. I just want to check Sturm's specials really quick. Moonbreaker, a command grab that grants Sturm upper body invincibility on use, reaches up into the air and throws the opponents into the ground. Sending out for tech chases and Oki follow-ups. Starbreaker releases gas out of his mask with just... Yeah, okay, so this is how the anti-summon thing works. It outright destroys projectiles. Stuns enemies caught in it. Earthbreaker, powerful ground stomp that hits the opponent off the ground. And then Comet Breaker rushes forward, tackling opponents. And Chusugi just has hyper armor in all of his actions. Gosh, I'm having a hard time reading all this because there is so much to it, but like, after the stream is over, I'm coming back to this to just kind of get a sense of how every single character interacts with every other character. This is so well thought. I can see this game existing. I can see these characters facing off in front of each other on an Advance Wars kind of background, and just throwing a bunch of units to at each other, which is just Advance Wars in a nutshell. I do apologize. I feel like I can't give this proper justice just because... You know what this is making me want? This is really making me want to, like, actually get more into a traditional fighting game just so I can understand this better. Because, like, I can feel the complexity being thrown into here. I can feel the ideas. There's just a little bit of... Like, for Light Punch, I know that's, just a direction with the button. There's just a small barrier here preventing me from fully understanding, but even then, just the amount of care being put into all of this. I can see you got one... Oh, sorry. That's Adeleine's back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters already done with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12 more to go. 13 more to go. Just like, I can't wait to see this as a finished project. I know it's a long shot, but could you send this to Nintendo after it's done? Just like a... Maybe not Nintendo, maybe like a director at Intelligent Systems or something? Because this is complex enough that I think this would legitimately get noticed. I doubt it would, like, be enough to, like, spark something to happening, but it might spark something, which could result in something later down along the line. Yeah, this is really great. I can't really give much more feedback. It's just one of the most all-encompassing game pitches I've ever seen. Yeah, please do just eat it at them. There's like a 0.001% chance of it amounting to anything, but that is still a chance. There is a possibility that that is the reality you are currently living in right now. And if that is possible, definitely worth it. Anyway, very well done, Dyxo. Send me a Discord message when you got more done with it, because I definitely want to see more as this document evolves. Alright, we have a very funny one coming up next. I'm gonna take another drink of water real quick. It is a bit difficult talking for this long. One of the most out of left field picks for a Smash Brothers character that I have ever seen. How do y'all feel about Club Penguin? Okay, before I get into anything about this, I just want to gush really quickly about how well this is formatted. Like, look at this! Look at how insanely well laid out this is. This is beautiful. Like, this is some professional grade, like, artistic layout here. Well done. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Like I let out a audible ooh when I first saw this. It's so good. All right, the penguin waddles in for a tour. The sort of default avatar from Club Penguin, an online multiplayer role-playing game settled in a snowy island, after which the game was named, featuring a large range of minigames and other activities while the players are portrayed as penguins. Alright, Doxsero knows that this sounds completely ridiculous, and it would only happen if every single star aligned. Me remembering to copy and share the link in the chat is also something that's only going to happen if all the stars align. Fix that real quick. But beyond that, though, Doxsero genuinely believes that Club Penguin getting into Smash shouldn't just be passed out as a laugh. It was one of the most influential games from the 2000s decade, to the point that even Disney became interested in it, which could be reason enough to reconsider it for a potential slot, if it also wasn't bringing representation to the MMO and Flash indie genres. Even if you're not convinced yet, or think that it's just bias from childhood nostalgia, in which case, that is correct, Doxsero still invites you to check out this moveset because, come on, wouldn't it be hilarious to see if something actually happened? Character design. As evidenced by the game's title, Club Penguin heavily emphasizes and encourages socialization and friendship between its player base. From simply chatting to full-blown events with community goals, these factors make Club Penguin what it is, and why it is fondly remembered by so many people even today. And as such, it is likewise the core of this moveset and its gimmick. A crowd of former penguins, abbreviated as the Penguin Crowd, hang out and cheer for Penguin the Fighter from the background, similar to the crowd in the dance contest minigame, as pictured here. And again, like the minigame, the player must perform well in the battle by landing attacks, KOs, and or successful parries to impress them, and gain many rewards. The opposite also applies. If you fail to put up a fight by getting hit, KO'd, and or shield broken, you'll lose or stop getting these benefits. You can't disappoint your public. But what are these rewards? In short, upgrades to your moves. Some crowd penguins will assist you during your specials, or gift you items that improve your standard moves. While gifts are permanent throughout the match once obtained, specials fluctuate depending on your battle performance, but are more versatile and powerful to compensate. Additionally, gifts follow a set order that guarantee you'll get the better moves early on and include random aesthetic clothing that let you distinguish yourself from your crowd and other penguin players. To conclude, Penguin is a character that allows you to do virtually everything without particularly excelling in anything. Just like how you're free to do anything in Club Penguin while building upon the social factor that makes the original game so unique. And don't think that Doxsero's forgotten about its silliness and cartoony nature either. We just got a couple of other things here. Boxing ring title, the Snowy Tourist of series icon. Cannot crawl, cannot wall jump, and cannot wall cling. Just has a few notes here. The penguin has a special display icon that shows their penguin crowd's positive and negative reactions and glows whenever the powered up specials are available. The penguin's crouch is the sit. Penguin's second jump is initially very low. It can use a gift jetpack to significantly improve it. Uses a gold shield aesthetic during the parry animation. If Penguin uses either up tilt or up air while already donning a clothing hat, it quickly swaps in and out both hats without affecting the move's respective frame data. That was my Discord, I apologize. Let me close that real quick so I stop getting notifications. There we go. Farewell, Eric. Thanks for hanging out for so long. And Penguin's taunt messages are stylized after Club Penguin speech bubbles like this one. Okay, so already I really like the sound of this gimmick. Creates a very momentum-based character that if you do really well with it, you're rewarded later, but you have to hit those milestones to really utilize these things fully. Kind of almost a Lucario kind of setup, but not one that you can lose. So there actually is an incentive to like really try. You never have that moment of disappointment of, oh, I was high percentage, but I was killed, now I have to start all over again. This feels like a much stronger translation of that sort of gimmick to me. Let's get into the specials. Up special. Without the crowd, it just cartoonishly flutters its flippers and feet as it desperately tries to fly, behaving as a third jump. But with the crowd, it has two completely different animations. 5 penguins on the ground will circle around the penguin to grab and throw them skywards for a somersault jump. And in the air, 5 penguins from the crowd stack up into a tower, with the player always on top for tether recovery. So it's Olimar's old up special, but your character becomes the top of the tether, working it significantly better in that way. And these are actually damage moves, so both attacks reach very far up and have decent horizontal knockback, working as potential anti-airs and/or surprise kill moves despite the lack of true confirm into them. And neither causes freefall. Uniquely, the aerial version can temporarily bridge 2 nearby ledges with the penguins acting as the platform, so you can actually leave your penguins there to be a bridge. That's hilarious. Neutral special is a snowball throw. Scoops snow from the ground to make a snowball, then throws it forward in an arc. A weak and small projectile with little to no knockback, best used as disruption in neutral and/or to force an opponent to approach. But with the crowd, you get additional penguins throwing snowballs. Penguins throw 3 snowballs at once, but if the special button is mashed, they barrage a wall of snowball projectiles that constantly combo into themselves before launching away, dealing tons of damage, albeit somewhat lacking in kill power due to its diagonally upwards launching angle. And by initially holding it down, you can actually throw out a target reticle and aim the ability to fire off your snowballs. Side special is a sled racing, hops onto an inner tube and slightly boosts forward. Aside from a horizontal recovery option, it doesn't put Penguin into free fall. It has no real practical use outside of a niche mix-up due to its low damage and knockback. But with a crowd, you get a full-on snow mound on below the penguin and 3 other penguins from the crowd, who all slide down on inner tubes. Despite the increased startup and end lag, it is an extremely versatile move overall. It easily kills off the side thanks to its vastly increased damage and knockback, and travels a much farther horizontal distance, which allows it to be recovery, approach, and offstage kamikaze option all at once. The snow mound has a weak initial hitbox that combos into the penguins, who all begin in a line before they slide down and then randomly scatter across the x-axis. So it's almost like a how do I put this? A miniature version of Ice Climber's Final Smash that just fires off a bunch of Steve's minecarts. I cannot get over this formatting. Like, good grief, look at this! It's so good! I can't believe this was made in Google Docs. made as a recreation of the sled racing minigame. And just remind that this only gets these power boosts if you're already doing well. Gosh, this is such a fascinating character just to think about. Like, you have all these huge power spikes, but you have to do well to get them first, and you lose them so easily. It's almost... In a way, it's kind of, like how I'd see a rhythm-based character being put into the game, you know? It's got a similar, like, build up your combo, but if you lose it, you lose everything you've been building up towards. That's so fascinating. Okay. Down special, card jitsu. Without the crowd, you just hop onto a card jitsu mat, but comically look around as there's no one to start a card jitsu match with. Does nothing. But if you have a crowd, if you have another player, you are allowed to select 3 different attacks, each one based on the 3 card jitsu elements, via control stick inputs indicated by arrows, kind of like Shulk's auto arts. These can be used on both sides by reversing the input's direction, which likewise swaps the penguin who both perform the attack and aesthetically dodge it. Reflecting card jitsu gameplay. Shielding or pressing the special... So you're fighting your penguin opponent, but the opponent is dodging and it's just sending the attack towards whatever opponent you're hitting instead. These 3 options being water. A delayed upward swing with a water hammer that leaves behind a splash of water on the ground. It is by far the strongest yet slowest one, being functionally similar to moves like Falcon or Warlock Punch. High risk, high reward. Snow throws snow shurikens one after the other before they return to the attacking penguin. Not a very powerful move, but it's very fast and has a ton of horizontal range. Good zoning tool. And then fire is a hot sauce bottle and spews a stream of fire from it towards the ground, mimicking the normal fire card ability in card jitsu. It's the average one amongst them, decent frame data, damage, and knockback, and its downward trajectory enables it to 2-frame punish. Oh no, that's just Steve's down tilt all over again. And of course, like what else could the final smash be? The penguin mounts onto the Aqua Grabber 3000 and extends its bottom claw hook forward. Upon grabbing an opponent, a cinematic sequence begins with Penguin using a claw hook to throw the opponent into the iceberg, which itself is constantly being seesawed by a mass of Jackhammer 3000 drilling penguins on the opposite edge. The iceberg then completely flips over and slams the opponent into the ocean, where a large portion of Club Penguin's sea life makes a cameo, namely a school of fluffy fish, a mullet, jellyfishes, clams, crabs, and the giant squid's shadow in the background. After the cutscene ends, the opponent is spiked while Penguin heroically poses atop the Aqua Grabber 3000. Your penguin crowd will not change. Iceberg flip wallop. Yeah, just a fun little cinematic where you smash people with an iceberg. It's iconic. Alright. Let's get into the normal moves. Regular jab is just 2 alternating hooks, similar motion to Rob's jab. But with a gift from the crowd, you get the same hooks but get a third thrusting stab with a wooden sword. Oh, I really like this because you only get like one at a time, so you'll only have access to a few of these gifts throughout the match, but you'll constantly get more and more of them, so your moveset will very, very slowly improve across an entire match. There's no other character. I guess Steve is the closest, like mining materials, but even then, there's nothing that gives you like permanent buffs throughout the entire game. That's so cool. Neutriel is just a cartwheel, like Duck Hunt and Diddy Kong. But with a gift, you get Jake's little skateboards surfing trick thing. I hate that move in Multiverses, it's so annoying. Forward tilts, just a simple clap. But with a gift, you get a snow shovel. Digs up snow, then tosses it overhead. Some would question making this essentially 2 movesets for the price of 1. But, like, look at this penguin. This is not a very difficult character to make multiple movesets out of. Like, simplistic animation, that's easy to work with. Forward air, just an upward swing with its flip without a gift, but you get a hockey stick with a gift. Similar to Peach's golf club, but in the air with a hockey stick. Up tilt is just a quick upwards punch, but with a gift you throw a pizza dough. It can combo into itself. It's really only used as an anti-air poke. I love the idea of just murdering somebody with just throwing pizza dough up. That's hilarious. Up air is a headbutt, but with a gift it is a propeller cap. I'm picturing this kind of like a similar Bowser Jr.'s up air sort of deal. Yeah, lowest base knockback, but high knockback scaling analysis for brief ladder combos. Kind of a Palutena up air sort of deal. Down tilt is a baseball slide, but with a gift it's a breakdance spin. That's adorable. Down air is just a comically falling belly flop with a similar motion thing. How do we not have a down air like this? Just that sort of like suicidal down air Toon Link Corrin style, but with like just a straight up belly flop. That's hilarious. But with a gift, struggles to lift an anvil overhead, which then cartoonishly plummets downwards with Penguin holding onto it in a panic. A very powerful yet slow stall fall that, unlike Steve's own anvil downer, cannot be jumped out of and used like a projectile. It spikes, so you can't reflect this either. Dash attack is just a penguin slide, because of course it is. But with a gift, it becomes a minecart. It's able to be jump cast midway through, great burst option with moderate kill power, and some combo potential at low percents. With its jump castle property and vertical launch angle. Then back air is just a drop kick without the gift, but with a gift, it's a tube. I like how many sound wave attacks we're seeing today. Like, Smash really does need more of those in this game. And it's one of the strongest moves too. God, that is such a fun mental image. Just having this penguin with one of its best kill moves, just being having it pulling out a comically large tuba and just blowing a music note at you. Also propels you forward like Rob's back air. That's so good. Then with our smash attacks, without a gift. Crouches while cartoonishly running in place, then leaps forward belly first, but with a gift, it performs the same leap, but now wearing 3 inner tubes and leaving behind a trail of fire after the attack. I do have a question with this. Does the fire burn after you use it? Just curiosity. I like how many pictures are here. It makes it so much easier to describe this stuff, because I don't have to read all this, because you can literally just see it right there. And again, there's the format. You didn't have to make these, like, different colors and everything like... Oh my god! This is just showing off. Like, just... Dude. Oh, no. Yeah, you could just do it... The same thing we've been doing before here, but no. Let's make the grabs, like, organized in a way of which direction you're throwing with the grabs. Good grief! I'm feeling inadequate with every concept I've written down before. Fire Trail is aesthetic. Thanks for answering that, Doxsero. Sorry. Up Smash is just a hopping, arcing headbutt without the gift, but with a gift, it hurls a bag of coffee upwards, then comically fails to catch it as it splats on the ground. It struggles to hit grounded opponents. It excels at killing anti-air and at pressuring opponents. The bag splat has a weak landing hitbox to cover up Penguin. Interesting, so it's... That's fascinating to visualize, because there's no move in the game like that, where you actually just toss something up. Well, I guess Robin's up smash would be the closest comparison, but even then, it really is... I really like that. That might actually be one of my favorite moves here. And the down smash is a jumping double foot stomp with a similar motion to Ridley's down air. But with a gift, of course, you can't do this without the drill. Launches rocky debris and coins at both sides. The debris has good power on its own. The real prize comes from hitting the burying sweet spot on the drill, which allows for an easy kill setup. And again, it's hard to keep in mind while like going through all of this, but you only get these powerful increased versions from the crowd. You might not ever get them, so you only build up to this huge power spike very slowly over time across the entire match. It does introduce a question in my head of how this is balanced depending on how many stocks you have in a match. Like, you'd almost need a, like some, programming voodoo working in the background that makes you get gifts more or less frequently depending on how many stocks you have in the match or how much time is on the clock. I'm not bringing it up more necessarily as a balance issue. It's just an interesting thing to consider, like how you would balance this depending on if it was a 5-stock game versus a 3-stock game, for example. Anyway, throws are not affected by the crowd, so as not to overbloat the character with gimmicks. Like how Joker's throws do not use Arsene, and most of Steve's throws do not use the mining crafting mechanic. Alright. Grab and pummel, it's just grabbing and headbutting you. Forward throw is a similar kick like Sonic's. Not necessarily particularly useful, but may allow some tech chases or combos at low percents. Down throw performs a ground pound from the Smoothie Smash minigame onto the opponents. It's best combo starter that allows for follow-ups into its other moves. Back throw is just a simple spin and toss. Also the strongest throw. And the up throw is a heave similar to Hero's up throw. Decent combo starter. Cool. I like how much thought here is put into how well the moves combo into each other. Like, that's something I don't do. I kind of just throw moves at the wall, and with the assumption in the back of my head that, oh yeah, we'll just the percentages and the combo potential will just be figured out later. It's fine, it's fine. But now this makes it much easier to see how this functions, like, mentally in a gameplay perspective, which I really appreciate. And of course, we gotta have the... this formatting. Is it symmetrical all the way down? Of course it is. Oh my gosh! Oh, that is so adorable. And he summons clones of himself to throw snowballs with him? Ah! That's so cute! And we got the basic alternate costumes here. The stage intro is just waddling onto the stage while reading the map, then stops right at its points at the marked spots. Crowd is present from the start, like the Pokemon trainer. Got the idol. I don't even have to read the idle pose, you can just see them. These gifs are so good. Taunt is just its waving. Side taunt is just a randomly colored puffle meanders in circles around the penguin. Then it jumps up onto their shoulder. And the down tilt is just the entire dance action. I wish the game had more taunts like this, just cancelable taunts like this. Of course, for the victory animations, you gotta have the dance. It's just full on dance party with a crowd behind them. I'd love to see this if it stacks with multiple penguins in the victory animation. Like, if you do a 7-on-1, do you just have a giant rave behind you of all the crowds? That'd be hilarious. Second animation is the crowd running up and throwing the penguin into the air. And the third animation, just one penguin from the crowd pats the penguin on the shoulder, who fist bumps another one, just celebrating with the crowd. Also, aesthetic clothing. Oh, I completely forgot about that, right? Because with the gifts, you're also getting like little pieces of clothing and stuff. This is really well thought out. Even has a classic mode route. All the opponents are villains throughout the Club Penguin's history, be they minigame party one-offs or major antagonists. Got a bunch of tiny creatures referencing the Horde battle from System Defender, K-Rool referencing Skipping the Ghost and Infested Puffle Hotel, Bowser and the Tiny Ice Climbers are referencing Tusk and his minions, Giant Ridley is scoring the Dragon King, Giant Rob is the ultimate Protobot, and Banjo-Kazooie and Tiny Kirby are Herbert P. Bear and Klutzy. And Gallium is all the robot villains. I don't know Club Penguin nearly well enough to like comment on how good of references this is, but just the thought that's been put into it alone, it's like that's the bottom of it, is so nicely well done. I think I might call this the most complete moveset I've ever seen. And like, true, like a good part of that is just how official the formatting is. Like, I believe that this is just one of Sakurai's design documents looking at it. But between all the visual aids, between how everything is described, how it would work in-game, in battle, like, this is one of the easiest fighters to visualize that I've ever seen in, like, any Peasant's perspective moveset. Like, this is so well done. I think the only real bit of feedback I can give is, again, just kind of that question of how this changes depending on the settings for whatever match you're in. And I'm sure there would be a way to do that, just being like, okay, you get a gift for, this is just me spitballing, but like for every 5 hits you land in a row without taking damage yourself, you get a single gift in a 3-stock match, but you have to get 10 hits in a row in a 6-stock match. Just something like that, just some simple mathematical thing in the background. Just to make sure that this remains balanced regardless of whatever someone's preferred preferences are for how they play the game. But yeah, this is really good. This is a fascinating character design. One that starts off kind of pathetic, but throughout the entire match, not the stock, the entire match, gets slowly better depending on how well they perform for a literal crowd that they bring with them. Yeah, well done, Doxsero. 10 out of 10, full marks. I'm extremely impressed. I mean, don't worry about, like, specifically mathing it out himself. I just think it's something that's worth bringing up somewhere in here. Like, even if I could math it out myself, it's the kind of thing that you need to play test to really figure out where the exact number should be. So it's kind of pointless trying to math it out exactly. Just a potential issue to keep in mind. But again, well done. Alrighty. Let's see, which one of these am I gonna pick next? Let's do this one. Let's do this one. Alright, had a ton of Smash Brothers moves. I try to alternate between Smash Brothers and other ones, but there were just so many Smash Brothers ideas that I couldn't resist throwing a few in a row. So we're going to have a couple in a row this time. This one me get this song real quick. Is by Joshbra. I apologize for how much I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm not sure if it's Sable or Sable, but the Prince of Sable hops to it, a Smash Brothers moveset concept from For the Frog, the Bell Tolls. Throws out a spoiler warning for the game. You could just check out the game yourself, which Josh does recommend, but you don't have to go in blind to get the full experience. Ahem. Alright, so I'll start this in a second. I just read Ditto Master's comment of, now the bar has been raised and my own moveset will probably be delayed for 4 more months, just because of how good the formatting on that was. Yeah, you just set a bar there, Doxsero. Well done. Anyway, on to Joshbra. Once upon a time, there lived 2 princes. The astute and brave prince of the Custard Kingdom, and the noble yet impetuous prince of the... Is it Sable or Sable? I'm just gonna alternate. Of the Sable Kingdom. The 2 were rivals, especially when it came to combat. After the valiant prince defeats the Prince of Sable in a duel, he receives news with the allied Millefeuille. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad with French. The Millefeuille kingdom has been overtaken by the Krogians and their leader, King Adeleine. With that news, Richard leaves his rival behind and sets off to the kingdom in order to save it from the wicked Snake King's rule. But this isn't about him. No. The 1992 Game Boy title, Kier no Teme, otherwise known as For the Frog, the Bell Tolls, is about the foolhardy Prince of Sable that got left in Richard's dust. The impulsive prince is rather pissed off that his rival is getting all the glory without him, and decides to go to aid the kingdom and hopefully find the whereabouts of the beautiful Princess Tiramisu, whose status is currently unknown. Just say Suble and nobody's happy? Perfect, there we go. The only problem is that Richard and his men have already set off without him. As luck would have it, a single boat is left remaining that Prince Sable... It is Sable. Okay. Buys in a hurry to get there before his rival does, not bothering to learn the price of the boat and spending 8,999,999 chestnuts. What coins are called in this universe. Everything is named after food in this game, don't question it. After all, what is money to a prince? Upon arrival at a small port town, the Prince of Sable is marked by villagers that Richard has already interacted with, knowing that his naive rival would find a way to get there, and requested that they convince him to just go back home and give up. Before he is ready to pack it up, he is gifted a bottle of wine for his efforts from a mother and child who are worried about their kingdoms. Gosh dang it, I'm never going to remember to share this in the chat. Goodness gracious. There we go. There's that. Now you can all read along. Okay. Glad that Prince Sable's at least cared enough to try and help. This small act of kindness flatters the prince so much that he gives all his remaining chestnuts to the mother. The prince's chump change is enough to pay for the repairs and the medical expenses of the entire town, but he just suggests that she should just buy her kid a snack. With his confidence now fully restored, a long chain of events is triggered where Prince Sable is repeatedly swindled out of all of his money, until eventually he watches a mad scientist in a mech suit fight a giant snake before he kills that snake. Also, somewhere along his journey, gets the ability to turn into a frog by a witch and then a snake. Don't know where to put that in, but yeah, he can do that too. This is a very nice intro to this game. I know almost nothing about this, but this is so charming. As you can probably tell from the description, the prince is not your average fairy tale hero, despite the fact that he's based on the story of the Frog Prince, or adventure game protagonist. In fact, he is the direct antithesis to Link. Despite the game only being known by most people for having its engine reused for Link's Awakening, For the Frog, the Bell Tolls frequently ribs on the typical tropes that adventure games like it often use, and sometimes it pulls off these tropes better than when Zelda games use them. I know this is not up for debate. What I'm trying to get at is that Prince Sable is kind of a joke. He only drinks the potion that turned him into a frog in the first place because the witch told him that Richard had also taken the same potion. And questions his bravery. And the reason that Prince Sable has been able to transform back into a human is because in order to initially turn back from frog form, you need to faint. And while Prince Sable found this out after he was bitten by a snake, Richard, who was also turned into a frog, never found this out because he simply never got to a point of fainting even as a frog. He's just that good. Also, as a fun fact, the prince is actually more loved while in frog form than as a human because while people do not respect the foolish prince, they find his frog form adorable. And even the croaky and armory are actually really nice to frogs, even if they want to deceive them and feed them to their ruler. Yes, this is that one assist trophy, the guy that turns into a snake and creates like a cartoony dust cloud anytime he catches you. So, what does he bring to the table? In Smash, Prince of Sable does not just bring a new moveset, but a new personality as well. Smash has had its fair share of royal fighters and more than its fair share of sword fighters, but no fighter in Smash comes close to the noble yet naive temperament of the prince. He believes himself to be the center of the universe, only for that universe to slap him in the face, mug him, and call him a loser. He's so sure that he's the hero of his story, and yet when you think about it, his rival is much more well-suited to not just being the protagonist of the game, but the character that gets added into a fighting game, since he is far more skilled and brave. Regardless, the Frog Prince still brings a unique personality and game plan to the world of Smash and also represents top-down adventure games, the Game Boy era of games, and obscure, untranslated Nintendo titles. He also serves as somewhat of a joke character, not because of how obscure he is, but because of how his personality is blended into his movesets and animations. Sort of like how Mario can be considered a joke character, not because he isn't important to Nintendo's history, but because he farts on you, even though his moveset should use slapstick humor rather than gross-out humor, but I digress. There is also the added bonus of him bringing a new fighting style to the game that I'll get to later, even if his weapon isn't that original. You'll see what I mean. Alright. Sorry, I need some water real quick. Okay. As I've said before, the prince's personality should be etched into every single one of his moves, and for a while I've started to figure out how to best represent this. I've had many ideas from a leveling-focused character to a resource-focused character, but neither of them really captured who the Prince of Sable is. But I may have finally found the perfect way to incorporate the prince's personality and oh gosh, I'm not gonna be able to read this off of an acronym. Oh no, it's right beneath it. For the Frog, the Bell Tolls, unique story structure and gameplay. Fight for the This is such a hard title for me to say, good grief. For the Frog, the Bell Tolls takes place in a cartoony dust cloud, also known as the Big Ball of Violence. That's cute. Where the prince's stats determine whether he or the enemy lasts longer in a war of attrition that the player has no control over. Because of this, the prince barely has any animations to pull from, as all of his fights are obscured by dust clouds. But the nature of how these battles are presented does give us a sense of how the prince fights. Think back to when Josh said that the prince is the direct antithesis to Link. When Link fights a giant snake, he will roll around it, attempting to get some hits in with his sword, but he will also try something else like a throwing bomb into the snake's mouth. But when Prince Sable fights a snake, he gets into a proper scrap with it, swinging wildly without regard for consequences, with him occasionally calling timeout and running away to heal himself before continuing to fight. In short, the prince is the Dan Hibiki to Link's Ryu. Some of their attacks will mirror each other's, but where Link expresses his bravery and confidence, the prince's animations convey how out of his depth he truly is when you look at them long enough. You realize he kinda sucks at fighting. Swinging his sword around wildly, losing his balance after every attack, and practically falling over himself just to get a hit on his opponent. It's as if he's trying to recreate Link and Richard's movements, but he doesn't really have as much skill or training. He should also be very expressive. reacting to even the weakest attacks as if they are life-threatening, and taking a moment after every successful attack to celebrate similar to the Incineroar, boasting and bragging that he is the mighty Prince of Sable, whose nobility and strength is known far and wide. If he's hit by a particularly strong attack, chestnut coins will be flying out of his pockets as he's launched away, with all of being thrown after he's KO'd, similar to how Mega Man has a unique KO animation. I love characters like this so much. These are actually the kind of characters that I play as in like Dungeons and Dragons. Just my current character is just a kobold that believes he's the most powerful wizard in the world, and all of us bow to him even though he sucks. Just because it's so funny to see that limitless pride juxtaposed against pure incompetence. It's such a funny character design that more than makes up for the fact that this is probably going to be sharing a lot of design space with Link, because it's supposed to be. He's a joke version of that character. With this in mind, I've decided that the fighting style that Prince uses will be a strange yet unique... Well, should be a strange yet unique combination of fencing, bar fighting, and drunken fist. Reason for this is, he is formally trained in fencing, not good at it, but he's trained, so some of that technique will carry over into the moveset. Not only does the Prince have his fair share of bar fights in game, but because it represents that hectic feeling that Prince Sable's moveset should embody, just trying to weaponize anything he can find, be it his own sword, items from his games of origin, or even his own transformations. The Prince will have several moves where he transforms into his frog or snake forms, and when he does that, his hitbox shrinks, allowing him to dodge around certain attacks and utilize the size change to his advantage, even when he doesn't have the size advantage. Whereas Link and Richard would dodge attacks with their sheer skill alone, Prince Sable tricks his opponents into hitting something that isn't there and misjudging his hitboxes. He is more vulnerable to knockback in these forms, as we'll get to later, but like I said, he's very difficult to hit. He's like Ant-Man, but an idiot who turns into a frog. Not only does the Prince frequent bars as mentioned... Goodness gracious, I'm having a hard time Let me get some water real quick. Apologies, it's really hard to speak for 3 hours on end. Okay. Not only does the Prince frequent bars as mentioned previously, but he also mainly heals by drinking wine. Although this doesn't actually repair his body, it just repairs his confidence. That's hilarious. I'm sure Nintendo censors wouldn't allow this, but I'm sure they could pull a Rock Lee and just say it's some sort of magic potion that allows him to let loose while fighting. The clumsy-looking movements of this style help convey the feeling that the Prince is constantly failing upwards through the fight, while his wild swings and confused movements and patterns do convey his incompetence, they are also rather unpredictable. An animation will appear to be a type of attack that we are all familiar with, only for it to change at the last moment into something completely different. Understands that the real Drunken Fist doesn't actually involve alcohol, but pop culture says it does, okay? It just works. These fighting styles combined make a strange mix of unorthodox movements and unrefined swordsmanship. Wildly swinging his sword around in odd patterns that seem to have no rhyme or reason, yet he still manages to hit you, baiting his opponents with a guise of vulnerability and weakness. I call this made-up fighting style the Drunken Sword, although they still manage to reference a few moves to iconic Drunken Fist styles in his get-up attacks, since the style is well known for being able to attack even from the floor. I'm just curious how much this goes. Okay, we're almost to the moveset. Good. In FTFTBT, the Prince is constantly trying to find solutions to the problems in his way, which usually involves throwing money at it until it's fixed, only for a solution to create more problems. The player is forced into making bad decisions because the character they are playing as would make those decisions. For example, he hires a bunch of miners to help him find a sword, but when he pulls the sword out of the stone, it causes a nearby volcano to erupt, which he then has to escape. Each mistake is just part of the solution to another problem. Because of the game is much more linear than other Nintendo titles, but it leads to a more investing experience. Okay, I'm gonna skip forward a little bit just because this is very long and I want to get to the actual movesets. But, like, I just really want to stress just how well thought out this is. Like, every single bit of this, like, not even going into, like, the fighting styles you're trying to pull from for the character. That's really in-depth, and I really appreciate that. Alright, we've got some stats here. Weight is the same as young Link, but gets even lighter as he switches between forms. Run speed is between Pit and Rosalina, decently fast. Jump height's above average. Fall speed is all around Pac-Man, and the air speed is around Lucas's and the Mii Fighters. He's got 2 jumps. He's able to crawl and jump off of walls. He also has a fast swim speed. Animations we've gotten into, it's just skill and experience. He's kind of drunk. Stumbling as he walks to show that. I'm going to kind of start picking and choosing here because this is a very long document and I want to be able to get through all of it. Intro animation has him arrive on a boat he likely blew half his money on and steps off the boarding plank while drinking a bottle of wine. I feel like the alcohol should be fine. Like, there's spirits that have it in it. You just have to be unclear, like, you just never mention wine in the game. You're fine. It's grape juice, clearly. It's purple, see? You don't have to explain it any more than that. You're good. Alright, the prince transforms into frog or snake form, obscured by a puff of smoke, and transforms to human smoke. So there's no animation, there's no Animorph-like animation to switch between the forms. It's just a poof, and he does. Okay. He becomes a snake while crouching, slithering on the ground. And the wall jump is via the frog. Okay. Wants to bring him into Smash because the assist trophy kinda sucks. Josh is happy he's here, and it's more love than he's probably ever going to get to him. And argues that this is the wrong portrayal, though. Not fond of the voice. It is a very kid-like voice. I do agree with that, actually. Wants to have a voice similar to Luffy from One Piece, but with the tone and confidence of Lawrence from... That's a good combination there, yes. I do understand what you mean there. I also don't like the design he uses in Smash. I get that it's meant to reference the original art of the game, but it's not indicative of how the prince looks. Sure, he's young, but he's more of a teenager than a child. He's old, and he's old enough to buy a drink, so in Smash he should be a bit taller, around the height of Link and Pit, just to keep his... Cause yeah, he's more of that spoiled teenage brat kind of character. Whereas in Smash Brothers, he's kind of just an 8-year-old that learned how to turn into a frog or a snake. Like, I will be honest, I did not like this character at all before reading this. I just had a very surface level interpretation of just like, oh yeah, there's this dopey little kid that can turn into a few animals and creates a dust cloud. Whoopee. But this is so much better. This is... I wanted to play this game now, after reading all this. So I do agree that, yeah, the assist trophy does not give a very good first impression of what this character is. Alright. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, the length makes more sense. This is all GIFs. There we go. Okay. It's a rapid jab similar to Meta Knight's, but closer to Toon Link's actual taunt, just wildly swinging. I just for flavor, like, maybe like have his eyes closed, dude. Yeah, don't apologize for it being too wordy, Josh, bro. The only reason that the wordiness is a problem is because I have to read it out loud, which is just very difficult, but I love seeing documents that just go super in-depth like this. It really shows that just passion. Passion is the secret sauce, just like Dyxo says. Alright, side tilt. Attempts to perform a fencing thrust forward, but almost falls over doing it. I'm really appreciating these, like, combo things. Just like, okay, take these two things and find something in the middle. It's a very nice visual flair. Up tilt is similar to Squirrel's up tilt, it's just a headbutt. Referencing the jumping ability of frogs as well. He will also rub his head in pain after turning back into it. Nice. Down tilt is a spin with the snake. Alrighty. Dash attack tries to do the hero Link dash attack, but ends up tripping over himself and falling as King Dedede's. A unique property of this move is that if the control stick is held down during the move, instead of getting back during the recovery animation, the prince remains lying on the ground face first. Oh, nice! So you can literally knock yourself over to perform one of the floor attacks. That's... Oh! Oh, that's... I've never seen anybody offer up anything like that. That's really clever. That's such a good mix-up. I really like that. Okay, cool. Alright, smash attacks, using items. Prince of Sable needs a little bit more than his sword to get on the same level of attack. Side smash is the wristband, performing a short push forwards with both of his palms. Very short range, but high knockback. Referencing how it allows him to push stone blocks. Just kind of going off of, like, the animation, like, references here. I'd love if he, like, looks surprised if he hits somebody with this. Like, wow, did I just do that? And, like, pompously puts both of his hands on his hips and, like, yeah! Let's look up into this and, like, yeah, look how strong I am, I did do it! Up smash performs an arcing swing from front to back with his pickaxe. Strong but high recovery time. Afterwards, as he's overexerted himself trying to perform the swing. And then down smash, Prince gets back on his back and spins in place twice while holding down the wood saw. Gets him a little dizzy, similar to Shulk's down smash. Okay. Give attacks are directly inspired by jumping fist techniques, if that style is known for being able to attack even while lying on the floor. Performs a single handstand kick forward, then a backhand punch behind him. Just a short upside down breakdance kick that hits behind it and then in front of him. Nice. Trip floor attack sends on one leg while stretching the other leg, and the other leg horizontally hit on both. And I'm assuming that this is alongside the animations of him being kind of incompetent, but like still getting the attacks out. Like it's not as skilled as this, correct? Like he's not a professional breakdancer. He's just trying to get it up and just accidentally kicking somebody on the way up. And then flips on the stage with a flying kick but lands on his butt instead. Gosh, I like this so much. Neutral air is a 360 spin while facing the camera in his frog form. Nice. Forward air takes out a bottle of wine and swings it forward from high to low in front of himself. After he lands this move once, the bottle will shatter, and the next time he... Oh, interesting! So you have the full bottle once as a heavier hit, but then the bottle breaks and you're instead stabbing with a broken bottle until the end of the stock. Because it's a bar fight, of course! Awesome! Backer turns into a snake form and coils up his tail like a spring before releasing it, causing it to thrust backward and push the prince forward. And then up air is kind of... Okay, so we're showing Link's up air here, but it's a multi-hit, like he's trying to swat a fly. So kind of going back to that Toon Link get here, just wildly swiping above him like he's trying to swat a fly. Okay, I like it. And then down there, the prince thrusts his swords below himself and begins to fall quickly straight down. cannot be cancelled once used, but does spike opponents all the way down if they are hit by the tip of the move. Also deals heavy damage, but does have somewhat of a long recovery time upon landing as the prince struggles to pull his sword out of the ground. Like, there is a lot of overlap here between, like, obviously between Link, but I feel like just the animation and personality differences make it so worth it. Like, yeah, this is just Toon Link's down air, but just seeing him try, struggle and fail to get the sword out of the ground just makes it so much better in my eyes. Grab is similar to Yoshi's, turning into a frog and lashing out his tongue. Does not eat him though, instead wrapping them up in his tongue and pummeling them by attempting to barrage them into with his small body. Also works as a tether recovery. Alright. Front throw performs a literal leapfrog maneuver, front flipping over the opponent before sending them over and away with his tongue. That's a very enjoyable animation to imagine. I like it. Back throw falls on his back while tossing the foe behind him. Up throw attempts to eat the foe in his mouth, but spits them back out when he isn't able to. The down throw is a small hop and front flip to slam the foe into the ground with his tongue. I like how much more competent he sounds as a frog. Alright, this is where we get the Dust Cloud. Neutral Special On Guard. This move acts like the unholy union of a counter and a command grab. When the special button is pressed, the prince will literally kick up a dust cloud around himself that lasts for 3 seconds, during which he can move around and perform a single jump. If the opponent is hit by the initial kick, touches the dust cloud while the prince is inside of it, or physically attacks the cloud, they too will be dragged into the cloud, with both the fighter's limbs seen occasionally popping out of it as the two have an intense brawl that we don't get to see. When an opponent gets into the dust cloud with the prince, both fighters will begin to take damage over time until one of them ends up victorious and launches the other one out of the dust cloud. However, each fighter can deal more damage to their opponent by mashing the... So wait a minute. Are you getting into a command grab that your opponent can hurt you in? That's hilarious. It's literally a button mashing contest to see who can deal the most damage to each other. I love that. The victor is determined by whoever deals the most damage to the other during the fight, although neither will come out of this with no scars. Once an opponent enters the cloud, the 3-second timer resets and the prince no longer controls where the dust cloud moves. Instead, both players control where the dust cloud moves while fighting, although they may not notice it while mashing. The lower their damage percentage is, the more damage the fighter will deal while in the cloud. This move can be used in the air, which means that if there is no ground below the cloud, it will just fall as both fighters either mutually agree to attempt to get back to land or try to drag down the other into the blast zone. In team battles, the more opponents join the... Yes! In team battles, the more opponents join the others in the cloud, the bigger it gets, and the more damage everyone takes until the victor is decided. That is amazing! That is one of my favorite moves I've seen in a peasant's perspective. That's hilarious. You're just a giant dust cloud that's trying to consume every single other fighter on the stage, Katamari style. That's hilarious. Yes. And you can all fall off the stage at once. Just try to grab everyone, and everyone just tries to fall off the stage all together. Ah, I love that. A way for either fighter to gain the advantage in the cloud is to deal a bit of extra damage before they join the cloud. I mentioned that opponents will be dragged into the cloud if they are hit by the kick that the prince performs or hit the cloud with their own attack, and this is what gives either opponent a slight advantage. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Alright. Side special Chump Change admits they got this idea for this move from Evil Waluigi's take on a Prince Subtly movement, which there's nothing wrong with it. So long as you credit somebody else's ideas, like, there's gonna be overlap regardless. For his side special, he literally throws money away. After all, it has no worth to him. As the button is held down, Prince will take a money bag and begin to fill it with coins, and when the button is released, he will throw it forwards. Similar arc to Mii Brawler's Shot Put, though the angle can be altered by tipping the control stick. The more coins the prince puts into the bag, the more damage the move will deal, with the limit being 10 coins per bag. The prince can cancel out of charging this move by tilting down on the control stick or shielding. Shielding causes the move to be cancelled entirely, but tapping down causes the prince to stop filling the bag and tie it up. So you can basically save the bag for later, depending on how many coins you put into it. Okay. Up special, frog legs. Just does a high jump. He's a frog. That's what they do. Goes into a free fall. He's still in frog form until he lands, leaving him open to opponents who want to take advantage of the weight change. It is a pure recovery move. Okay, so it's not like DD's where it comes crashing back down. It just... a very high, very good recovery move. Gotcha. We got a down special with Snake Bite. The prince transforms into a snake form and charges in place for a moment as his body coils into a spring shape before he darts forward a short distance with a bite. This move has some startup and is easily interrupted by attacks. However, if the bite lands, not only does it deal a large amount of shield damage, but it also causes opponents to turn to stone, leaving them open for an attack unless they can mash out in time or are hit by a strong enough. I love how much this character forces your opponents to mash. That fits so well with this pompous, arrogant royal type that annoys everybody he's around. That's so good. Despite the long startup, it has very little end lag, but the charge cannot be cancelled or released early. If the opponent is hit by this move in the air, they will almost instantly fall straight down while you can ka-clang other people? Yes! And if they hit the ground, the stone shatters. That's hilarious. Oh, it's so good. The prince is in snake form during this charge, so you need to be careful, as he'll be lighter and easier to KO. It can also transform projectiles, assist trophies, and Pokeball summons, in which case they turn into stone blocks. They can act as platforms, they can block attacks. And because the side smash pushes the blocks, you can now push the things because you have the thing. Oh, that's good. That's good synergy. So you can turn projectiles and summons into stone blocks and then send them slide into each other. Kind of like frozen enemies in Kirby games. That's so good. And then the final smash is the Agari Z. Another cinematic final smash that'll be triggered by the prince taking out the Z flute and playing the Agari Z summoning song. Any opponent within a large radius around Prince Sable would be brought into a cinematic cutscene where they are seen within the walls of the Eclair Palace. Dr. Mad Science-Stein. That is a 10 out of 10 name. Inside his mech suit, the Agari Z then drops from above and delivers a rocket punch followed by a strong Megaton kick that launches the foes into the air as he charges up and says, "Here I come," before finishing the opponent with a Galacta Attack 2. Oh, that's just an exclamation point. I like that. Whatever. Charging straight at them full speed using the mech's thrusters, ending the cinematic after the collision and launching the caught opponents away. This move references the fight against the Agari Z has with King Dalaran during the climax of the game, though the final attack is actually successful here. Just a thought, but like, what if it wasn't? Just to kind of fit the idea of what this character is. What if it just missed and exploded or something like that? Just a thought. Now we got the other stuff, the alternate costumes. We got the prince himself. I'm guessing this is his rival. Yep, he looks far more competent. Thief Prince. I'm guessing this is using the color schemes, right? Yes. Just got this lovely thief here. The Millefuel Prince. We've got Witch Black. Science. I'm sorry. What the hell is this character's design? Okay, sure. That's certainly Dr. Mad Science-Stein. one based off of the Croakians, and oh yes! A black and white one to mimic the other Game Boy characters. That's good. Side taunt praises himself while pointing at his opponents for a duel. Up taunt takes out a chestnut and performs a coin flip. And down taunt, he eats some wasabi, realize how spicy it is, and before his face turns red before drinking some wine in order to soothe his tongue. Could this heal him by like just 0.1% while doing it? That'd be so good. First victory is imposing triumphantly while being surrounded by the floating saint stones. Second has him swimming around in a pool of gold coins while in his frog form. That's adorable. And then the third one is having him lose a duel against his rival. That's so good. Oh, you got a stage! Joy Fruit Tree. The layout of the stage is similar to Wii Fit Studio, being a walk-up with 3 blast zones. In the middle of the background is the giant Joy Fruit Tree, which periodically is shaken by the wind, causing 4 to 5 Joy Fruits to fall off and land on the ground where the match is taking place. They act as regular food items, but instead of healing, whoever eats the fruit is turned into a frog versions of themselves. The frogs will be wearing something to show which fighter is which frog. Like when Mario will keep his hat and mustache. While they are a frog, the fighter cannot do anything but hop around the screen trying to avoid the opponent. The transformation lasts for seconds, but while a fighter is transformed, there's a chance that Polnareff the Vulture will whoop into the stage and begin trying to pick up the froggy fighter and carry them to the top of the blast zone, similar to the Beal item. You can attack Polnareff, but when you're not a frog, he will retreat back to his master off-screen if there are no longer any frogs on screen. Once a frog is in his talons, there is no escape from them. They must simply accept their fate. That's hilarious. You only have a stage hazard that just causes the frog spell from Final Fantasy to hit you. I love the idea of just Kirby hat but frog. That's so adorable. And just something. I've read this before. Actually, no, we'll go through the scrapped ideas. Just because it's interesting to see the design process. The original idea was to make the prince a resource character that would gain chestnuts from attacking the opponent and could spend what he'd earned in a shop using the shield special. He was able to buy better swords, better shields, saint stones to improve his strength, speed, defense, wine to heal, and warp doors to replace his up special with a one-use invincible teleport that automatically... Oh my goodness, this is a lot. Yeah, I agree with the thought process you went with. You like the playstyle, but don't feel like a privileged prince should be the one to represent working hard to get what you want. I like what you went with a lot better. Was it a lost do until you found a brilliant video by Shamey and realized that to make him into a semi-joke character with the drunken sword style. And your next project is a game concept for a Disney platform fighter. Nice! Alright! So, I know that was a long one, but yeah, that is Prince Sable in Smash Brothers. It's worth the length because I just wanted to show just how much freaking passion went into that. Like, come on! I knew next to nothing about this character afterwards. Not only do I understand everything about his game after going through this, I want him in Smash Brothers and I want to play his game. Which, like, isn't that what you want from putting an obscure character in a fighting game? That's like the ultimate goal of just being like, hey, here's this cool little bit of gaming history. Check it out, it's fun. And this is so fun. I love the idea of Link's Dan Hibiki so much. Like, I feel like I can't really give feedback on it, as again, I don't really know enough about the game to like say what else could be there. But all of this is just so solid. The thought process behind all of it is so sound. Like the inspirations for fighting styles, full thought process going into how he interacts with other characters, like how he compares. It's great. I might even call it perfect. And like, yes, it does use so many things from other characters in the game, but it's the animation that really sells this. Just the animation and how bad it would all be compared to the rest of the characters. And honestly, this could be a direct copy of Link, and I wouldn't care. Because the neutral special is just... I am without words. That is one of the best moves I've ever seen suggested for this game. It's so funny. Just the pure, unabashed chaos that would result every single time Prince used that move in an 8-player Smash game. That's so good. It's so good. Alright. I want you all to talk about this for a little bit more in the chat. I'm going to be right back. I just need to get some more water. So, just 2 minutes. Be right back. Alright. I have returned. Piricon, I do like that idea of trying to bribe an opponent with money so his recovery will be intangible to them, or something like that. Kind of tossing in, maybe something with a chump change, or how he loses money as he gets hit. Kind of like almost a reverse coin battle. Like, you're sending coins everywhere, but your opponent does not want to pick them up because it debuffs them. Does that make sense? But that's really the only bit of feedback I can think to give here. Because, like, this is just... I love the petrification so much. Just being able to nullify anything that they summon and send it directly back at them, that's so funny. How many more ideas are left to cover today? I have 2 more picked out, and I'll probably end off after that, because we've already been going 2 hours, and I still have 2 more to get through. yeah, this was really well done. Josh broke Freddy. I'm glad I got to this. It was a bit of a hassle getting this uploaded. I remember the first time you were trying to upload this from like camping or something, and it just took forever. And then getting its permissions set right, but I'm glad everything worked out. We could actually cover this on stream because this was so good. 3 hours, yes, sorry. Just go another hour per concepts. You know, I'm not as tired as I usually am. I might be able to extend the time a little bit, but we'll see how I feel after I read all 8. But yeah, well done. It's us. Nope, not that one. Let's move on to the... Hold on, I've got a YouTube, one of those questionnaire thingies. Skip ad, thank you. Alright, this next one is being made, brought to us by Sam. Obviously one of the biggest first-person shooters out there of all time. It starts us off with a character cutscene concept. Picture it. Inkling and the Doomslayer Mii costume are fighting. It could be any stage. All that matters is that projectiles are getting thrown and both fighters are having a good old time. Eventually the Mii manages to get a good hit in and the Inkling is knocked down. The Mii runs up to her and starts charging his charge shot, but right before it's fully charged, she pauses. Inkling is confused. Suddenly, the Mii whips around and fires the shot backwards. Inkling looks up and tries to see what the gunner is shooting for, and she sees a cloud of smoke forming near the edge of the stage. We follow the shot as it shoots across the stage, eventually disappearing into the cloud of smoke. There's a flash of light, and a beat of silence. Suddenly, 2 bullets explode out of the smoke, knocking the Doomslayer down. Inkling looks up, a little scared, and then out of the smoke steps Master Chief. He walks forward and offers the Inkling a hand. She takes it, before smiling and running over to taunt the Mii. He's knocked down, and the Inkling wants some last-minute bragging rights, but something's off. The music goes a little quieter, and despite the taunting, the Slayer doesn't seem all that upset. Instead, he seems almost worried as he starts to try to get the Inkling's attention, but she's none the wiser as she continues to laugh. The Chief then crouches down and slowly makes his way towards the pair. Inkling is still unaware, but the Slayer is still frantically pointing, trying to make her see something. Then we see the Chief again, still crouched low, but this time holding something. Quickly and expertly, the Chief unfurls it into a glistening steel butterfly knife. The Mii finally manages to get Inkling's attention, and she turns around, the smile vanishing. Chief is once again covered with smoke, but as it clears, instead of the shining green body armor, there is a pressed red suit. He clears his throat and raises his knife. Gentlemen, the spy has snuck in. I didn't share that for us on purpose that time, because that was a red herring. This is a moveset about the spy from Team Fortress 2. Apologize for the trickery there, fellow peasants, but you know how things are in espionage. You never know who you can really trust, which is exactly why this spy is my choice for an FPS rep for Smash Brothers. This was the first concept I nailed down of like, yes, I need to pick this one. Because that's such a good intro. Now, do I think this is likely? No. But people said the same thing about Snake before Brawl, and look where we are now. With our Soras and arcade rules, having a great time. But besides that, I think that Spy is probably one of the most interesting first-person characters you're going to find. He has a unique set of tools that I, for one, think would work great in a fighting game. And here's why. Now, why do people play Spy Team Fortress? Well, in the immortal words of Lazy Purple, it's because you get to feel like a sneaky motherfucker. And that feeling of outsmarting your opponent is the goal of this project. That feeling of being cloaked behind a group of enemies, your fingers itching to drop the invisibility, the euphoria of having outpositioned your opponents coursing through your veins, and the 5-man chain stab being more an inevitability than a play. But that's enough setup. Let's get to the actual moveset. First off, the spy is light. I want him somewhere around Fox's weight. You have 2 jumps and would be able to crawl, which you'll be able to do by walking while crouched. He'd be slightly faster than most characters, and his airspeed would be pretty much average. Pierre, that does not count! That so does not count for the bet. Shut up! That does not count in the slightest. Alright, jab. Spy's jab will be a 2-hit jab. The first hit will be using hip firing his trusty revolver. If that hit connects, he'll automatically stab his knife forward, knocking enemies away. Fun fact, the first hit of this move acts normal if the enemy is right in front of Spy, but if they're far away, it will function like Joker's gun, doing a small amount of damage and negligible flinch. Negligible! Good grief. You can walk around while shooting, but not if the strong first hit connects. Good neutral opener. Pyric, let's not kid ourselves by saying that our content has any form of relevancy. We're talking relevancy in like the general public. I could say K-Rool 100 times and it wouldn't make a drop in the world of online video game discourse. That is what must happen for the bet to be... The bet is still on. K-Rool turns around and reveals himself as a blue spy. Up tilt is a quick snipe with his knife. What is the shortest tilt in terms of range, can hit both above and in front, making it good for combos, especially at low percents, as it does not have much knockback. Side tilt, the first of many moves to come from the Meet the Spy video. It is a simple front kick, like Ganon's or Kazuya's. This move will be a lot faster, though, and weaker. It knocks enemies back a good bit, though, and can kill at very high percents. It's mainly a poke, get-off-me tool. Down tilt is the Snapper Slider. Spy slides his patent-pending Electro Slapper? Across the ground. If it hits an enemy, it racks up electrical damage for a second before popping them up. This move is pretty punishable if missed, but the extra hit stun from the electric effects makes it good for starting combos. Dash attack, the Rogue's Rush. Spy drops into a slide with his head propped onto his hand, smirking and winking to the camera. Yes! That would be the best slide attack in the entire game. Again, like the down tilt, it's pretty easy to punish if you screw up, but it's a bit safer. While it can start some combos into aerials at lower percentages, it's more of a burst option that's there to escape the corner or relieve some pressure. It's also low profile, which allows you to dodge some moves as projectiles if you're quick. I just love that idea of Spy just sliding across the stage in that sort of paint me like one of your French girls sort of pose. Side Smash, the Backstab. Here it is, our first kill move, and what a move to start with. The Spy will raise his knife over his head, the blade pointing down, the Spy shaking as you charge, itching to sink his knife into the closest target, and when released, he stabs down quickly. Has a bit of startup and end lag, but not much, as it isn't very strong as far as smash attacks go. Not weak, but not killing uncharged under 100% even at the ledge. That is, if you hit your enemy from the front. If you manage to hit them from behind, then this attack becomes much stronger. Somewhere around Kazuya's F-Smash in terms of raw power, and you know you're going to hitting that blue screen kill screen if you manage to hit it. Up Smash. Spy takes out his gun and fires a single shot straight upwards. It doesn't travel very far at all, and has a noticeable amount of startup. The weak hit is pretty weak, especially for a smash attack, but the strong hit, while very small, is one of Spy's strongest moves. Good if you have a hard... I like how this kind of references how headshots work, just having that very, very slim window of damage, but being very strong if you land it. Also, just a suggestion, but I'd love it if the backstab from behind completely nullified any end lag. Because that's how it works. If you manage to stab something from behind, you can immediately start chaining it into other stabs. And then the down smash, he takes out his gun again and jumps, shooting twice, once in front and once behind. This is his fastest, strongest smash attack, but also the weakest. Good for catching the rolls, getting an opponent off of you, or killing at higher percents. By far his most reliable kill option. Also shifts your hurt box as Spy jumps, giving you the ability to avoid some attacks. As for the air stuff, same as the jab, but only this time if you manage to hit the strong hit of the revolver, you get a wide sweep with a knife from high to low. Forward air, he stabs the knife straight forward with both hands. Simple but effective and good for stringing together aerial combos. Back air does a wide slash left to right. This basically has the same range as the fair, but it's more active and a little stronger. Also has a little more end-like, can combo, but not as well as the fair. Kind of want to throw out just a suggestion here. What if it was not so much a slash as it is just a stab backwards, and it has the same properties as the forward smash? Like, he's stabbing backwards, and if it actually gets a backstab into another opponent's back, it has that same ability of being significantly stronger. Just an idea that I had reading over it. Up air shoots his gun upwards, looks like his jab and nair, being a Joker-like gun at long range, but strong at point blank. Instead of comboing, though, this one just immediately blasts you away. It has some startup, so it's good for committing to a kill, or just racking some damage as your opponent tries to land. And then the down air is like the up air, but only doesn't have the close effect of the jab and nair. This one will just be Spy holding his revolver straight down and shooting. Timing this right will result in a spike, because as the suave gentleman Spy, your enemies should be beneath you. There is some end-like though, so choose your options wisely. I absolutely want cross-up trick stabs. Absolutely. I could see someone criticizing this for being a lot of just shoot gun in that direction, but there isn't actually a character in the game that is shoot gun in that direction, and this would be such a perfect way to do it, because combining that with the heavy, terrifying damage of the backstab, just kind of going between zoning from trying to zone with the gun from a distance while also trying to find ways to get behind them and stab them. That's a really good combination. That would be a very fun character. Alright. The grab stuff. Spy's grab will be pretty average. He grabs by just reaching out one arm and snagging the opponent. He'll pummel them by slapping the opponent. I like that. Like, yeah, stabbing him makes more sense, but him just kind of slapping him like, how dare you mess up so much. Oh, hold on. That is a spoiler. I forgot to have it loop. Give me a second. That definitely has nothing to do with what the next one might be about. There we go. Remember to loop the... There we go. Okay. Going back. Okay. Forward throw. Spy drops his knife and lets go of the opponent. He goes to shake their hand, but just as your opponent sticks out their hand, he thrusts forward with the sharp dresser and stabs them. Did I say sharp jester there? Sharp dresser, and stabs them, launching them away. It's all about the mind games. Back throw, Spy cloaks and disappears. The enemy looks around confused before Spy appears behind them and delivers a backstab, launching them. This will be his only kill through, and even then, it's pretty weak, not killing below 150%. It's a last resort if you can't land that last blow to finish off the attack. Up throw. Spy picks up the enemy and puts them into a fireman's carry. He checks his watch before rolling his eyes and dropping the floor on the floor, bouncing them up. This is his best combo throw, but doesn't really work past 40%. I love how many references to Meet the Spy there are here. And then down throw, Spy chops the enemy in the neck, causing them to crumple to the floor. This works the same as Stakes down throw. And then, finally, the specials. While the rest of Spy's moves have been pretty tame, the specials are where I really want to take that feeling of outsmarting your opponent and dial it up to 11. starting with the neutral special, the Electro Sapper. Ah yes, here it is, the Sapper. Now, unless he's going against Rob or Mega Man, the Sapper wouldn't really prove all that useful. Luckily, Spy has managed to convince, threaten, the engineer into giving him an upgrade before he left for Smash. So instead of disabling machines, the Spy Sapper will disable your opponent's abilities. This is how it works. The last attack that Spy does will be stored, and pressing the neutral special will act like a command grab. It isn't really one though, as it does not go through shields. If the opponent is near enough, Spy will stick the Sapper onto them, and that last stored attack will be completely unavailable to your opponent. Have a young Link who won't stop spamming me? Lock out his neutral B. Want to get in easier on a Samus? Lock out her forward air. Are you a sadist who relishes in the suffering of others? Disable Little Mac's up B and watch as the last remaining spark of joy dwindles from their eyes as you knock them off stage. But some balancing things. The Sapper will not be available for 15 seconds after its last successful use. It lasts for 15 seconds, but can be mashed out of. If you're off stage, the match becomes much easier to prevent characters from dying from getting back thrown at 0. Also, only attacks can be locked out. You can't stop somebody from shielding or jumping or anything else like that. I have always wanted an ability like this. I think I suggested this once with Psycho Mantis for kind of something similar, but there's just so much you can do with just trying to bait out their... No, wait, no, it wasn't Psycho Mantis, it was freaking Dora. This was the Dora for the Explorer moveset. Just having swipe or steal abilities from people. Like, there's so much you can do with that. Just trying to wait for your opponent to use a specific move and immediately sapping them. That's so good. Side special is the Ambassador. Again, this one works a little differently than it does in TF2. Instead of relying on headshots because of characters like Kirby or Meta Knights, not really having heads to hit, this weapon will have reverse damage fall-off, meaning the farther away you are from the opponents, the more damage and knockback the shot will do. This is Spy's only ranged kill option, but even then it has a lot of startup and is only going to kill at the ledge. It will take skill, prediction, and timing to hit, but it will be pretty strong. Also, this special has 6 shots. Each of it has its own bit of startup, but after 6 shots, it takes about 3 seconds to fully reload. But instead of this being one long animation, it's a series of 6 half-second animations, 1 half-second for each bullet, that can be interrupted after each is loaded. Interesting. Okay. Kind of a... It's literally the one ability, the one item, the Kid Icarus staff, but with more of a wind-up to make it fair to have in a character's kit. I also really like the unique reloading animation, which means you can like shoot your last shot, reload 2 bullets, then cancel it, and still have those 2 shots ready for you. Up special is the Gentleman's Grappler. The most standard special Spy has, your standard type of recovery. It works pretty much the same as the others, although there are some differences when grounded. If you use the oh my gosh. If you use the up B on stage, there we go, then instead of firing up the grapple, it will shoot it out in front of you. If it hits an enemy, item, or wall, it will be pulled towards them. Hitting an enemy will cause you to kick them once you reach them, knocking them away with similar strength to the forward tilt, although this is not a command grab. Hitting an item will cause you to be pulled towards it and immediately pick it up once you reach it. As for range, it's a little shorter than Samus's grab. Hitting someone with it in the air will be the same as Joker's up B, but with less knockback. And like, sure, there are tons of tether recoveries in the game, but like this, it does make sense for a Spy-like character to have a grapple kind of gun. I will throw out that the teleporter would kind of work here, but like that starts reaching into like other characters' kits, which can get a little messy. And then down special, the Cloaking Dagger, and here we are. The creme de la creme, my magnum opus, the cloak and dagger. It's a Danby counter, and wait, don't click off. It is a counter, but it has a very special effect. Upon pressing the button, the spy will pull out the C&D pocket watch and turn his back to the enemy. If he's hit in the counter window, the flash will play when you die. That plays when you die will appear as if the spy was just KO'd. His stop will also flash, but it won't actually decrease. Slowly the camera will pull back and fix itself in one spot, and you'll be gone, 100% invisible. Not some hero hocus pocus invisibility game. There's no cloud of dust, no name tag to give you away, nothing. It's like a one-player game. See, in TF2, on paper, the spy sounds game-ruining levels of broken. He's faster than most classes, has a gun with good damage at medium range, can insta-kill with no limit, and can go completely invisible whenever he wants. And in almost any other game, he would be broken. But TF2 is very carefully designed so that the spy's role as a harassment and pick class isn't overpowered. One of the clearest examples is Spy's Cloak. While it's definitely a powerful tool, it has its limits. You can be bumped into, shot at, or caught on fire, all of which reveal you. So the spy player has to be very careful with their movement and positioning if they don't want to get instantly blown to bits. And since it's an FPS, it's pretty easy to pull off as the spy always knows where they are. But in a 2D fighter, where all fighters are looking at the same screen, it's much harder to give that same risk-reward. So in this moveset, you are completely invisible. With no way to tell how you're going to have to be comfortable enough with how Spy moves to maneuver around the stage, basically blind, with only your original position as a reference point. So, the balancing. Music is a bit loud. Let me turn it down just a hair. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that. We return. Lasts for 11 seconds, but will end early if you're hit, grabbed, put to sleep, etc. You can also end it early on your turn on your own by using any attack or shielding or grabbing. Also, after countering, you'll be very briefly invincible. You cannot attack in this state, but you can move, and that's probably what you're going to want to do, as it's mainly there for you to escape a tad bit easier and not just get hit by a min-min arm immediately or something. There is one more thing to this move, though. My favorite part of the entire moveset. If you manage to get behind your opponent and press the down special again, you will automatically perform the spy's strongest move, the crit backstab. I want this to be powerful, easily as strong, if not stronger than Little Mac's KO punch. A move that just screams inconsistent badassery that will make you feel like a genius master spy if you land it. And that's the name of the game. I do feel like that might get overpowered for a really good spy main. Like, if you can just pull off a counter, know exactly where you are, and just get behind your opponents for an instant kill, that's 3 stocks pretty quickly killed. I like the idea, I just think that needs to be toned down in power from a KO punch. Because, like, there is counterplay, you know that the spy's trying to get behind you, so you're going to try to, like, put your back to your enemy, start spamming forward airs or something. But a KO punch is just a little bit much. Final smash is meet the team. He'll do a wide low to high swipe with his knife, and if you're hit, the enemy will put into a cinematic of the entire TF2 team beating the hell out of them. You're gonna get exploded, shot, set on fire before getting smashed in the face with a frying pan, ending the cinematic and launching the foe. That just means it's source accurate. I mean, true. But I don't want people to hate the moveset either, you know? The first style taunt, Spy just goes invisible and reappears. The second is he opens and closes his butterfly knife with a flourish. Crosses his arms over his chest and proudly announcing, "I am the spy," in his wonderfully condescending voice. Side taunt has him transform into his opponent and copies their side taunt. That's hilarious. And then down taunt pulls out a folder with classified stamped on it. He looks over it, smiles, and says, "Ma petite chauffeur." I said that. That was horrible pronunciation. Pros of the moveset is that he's agile and has a lot of options at his disposal, and an X factor in the form of his down B. If used to his fullest, he can easily become oppressive with his quick gunshots and knife strikes, leaving few options for the opponents. But cons, he's light and he's gonna die pretty easily, especially characters with strong ranged moves like Byleth or Samus. He can also struggle to secure KOs, especially on characters who can outspace him. He also takes practice to excel with, as he has many unorthodox tools, mean that he's going to take some getting used to. So there it is, ladies and gents. Sam's concept for the Spy as a Super Smash Bros. Character. For this concept, really wanted to get into the core of what makes Spy such a fun character to play. He's definitely a unique character, and he'll take a lot of getting used to, and he'll take a lot of getting used to, but if mastered, I think it can be pretty powerful in the right hands. But that's just Sam's idea. What do you guys think? I read that and I immediately look into the chat and see Spy Crab. I do feel like there needs to be a little bit of the TF2 goofiness. Maybe make his crouch like the, I can't remember the name of the dance, but you can get into that, like, conga line of the dance. Just make him do that, the Russian, you have your arms crossed and you're crouched down kicking forward. Make that his crouch walk or something. That'd be hilarious. Ditto Master says, honestly, any TF2 character, I feel like you can get away with just adding like 10 special input taunts. Which, absolutely, yes, you could do that. And I agree, Camp the MVP. Congratulations, you're a failure. You should be there. But I feel like that's just a perfect victory animation. Just have him going invisible and just saying, congratulations, you're a failure. To the opponents he just backstabbed, and that'd be so good. I'm seeing Kartovsky kick, the Cossack dance, and the that one, yes, I cannot pronounce it. Griffin Golem says, the final smash should be included showing the opponent images himself with the opponent's mom does extra damage to Rosalina, Samus, and Lucas. That's terrible! But yeah, there's a reason that TF2 is so highly acclaimed. The character designs in here are so well done. Which makes the idea of putting any of them into a platform fighter so strong. And this would be a great way to do it. Like, I can't get over this intro. Well, hold on, I need to show you guys. Hang on. I'm gonna set this up because you all need to understand how good this bamboozle was. I need to grab the submission document. Scroll down. Okay, so look how this was set up. I'm gonna move the screen capture to the side for just a second. An FPS legend joined Smash, the first-person shooter, arguably one of the biggest gaming genres, and yet ironically one that has yet to be represented in a Smash fighter. Well, as someone who sucks at most FPS, I thought I'd be the perfect person to design one of my favorite FPS characters for the world of Smash, because you can never have too many bullets, right? Links to the Master Doc with music, Halo Infinite OST main theme. So you click on that, you just go to the thing, you see the green Master Chief right there. You figure, oh yeah, it's just a Master Chief. Then you scroll down just a little bit and you see Gentleman. It's so good! It's a perfect bamboozle. I love it so much. But like, imagine just the broken hearts and saltiness. I've just seen Master Chief in a trailer like that, but it's not Master Chief. That'd be so funny. This would be a really good character to come with like a codex sort of deal. Like, just have all the other, like, on whatever stage he's on, just have the other TF2 cast members just throwing quips at the other characters. That'd be so good. Like, yeah, it's the perfect misdirect. It fits the spy perfectly. Ah, I love it. I love it so much. Ooh, true, Ditto Master. This is missing a taunt kill. That is very important. That's true. Waluigi would be the perfect kind of character for a fake out like this. But yeah, that was a great moveset. Hats off to you, Sam. Yeah, I have never been so thoroughly bamboozled by one of my viewers. Well done. Okay. I got one more to cover today. Let's get this set up. Go to the next music track. I know. Nope. Go away, Ryan Reynolds. I don't care about your Mint Mobile advertisements. As for infanticide, so let's get that here. By WhenTheAmThe, how do I pronounce it? WhenTheAmThe, I think, has some ideas for a few Binding of Isaac characters. I actually have never played Binding of Isaac until I read this concept. I actually just last night played a few rounds of it, just trying to figure out how this game works. Very good game. Enjoyed it quite a lot. For anyone who are unaware, it's a... how do I describe this? It is a roguelike, kind of like Enter the Gungeon. Picture a sort of original Zelda dungeon layout. You just go from room to room to room, shooting enemies with Isaac's tears, and trying your best to dodge around and get items and stuff. Also a very blasphemous game, which is an immediate love letter to my preferences. I have been enjoying it quite a lot. So, The Binding of Isaac has become WhenTheAmthe's one of the WhenTheAmThe. Oh my god, that's such a hard name to say. Favorite games over the year and a half. I've been inspired by the Epiphany mod to create my own ideas for an alternate set of Isaac characters. The Holy characters. These are characters blessed or smited by the heavens, contrasting with the twisted and demonic tainted characters. I love the little hand-drawn... That there's a simple charm between, like, just these little hand-drawn sort of things, you know? Like, obviously it's no Picasso, but it's cute, it's adorable. It has this very, heartwarming element to him. Our first one is Holy Isaac. Holy Isaac starts with 3 red heart containers, very high stats, flight, and the 12 charge pocket active, Communion. Every time Holy Isaac picks up an item, his stats decrease, and after 7 items, he loses his flight. Active items do not reduce damage or take flight. If Communion is used, all items in the room are destroyed, and for every item destroyed, 2 items are taken off of his item counter, restoring his stats, and if his item counter is reduced to under 7, his flight's restored. This is based on the other Isaacs swapping items and being greedy, while Holy Isaac is based on giving items away. Holy Isaac also represents Isaac's want to be expected into heaven. Also, I forgot the... God damn it! There we go. Okay, I remember that. Just throwing out... I forgot it on purpose last time. I didn't mess up that badly this many times in a row. But yeah, it's so hard to remember. Wait, what's the number? Hold on. You said 12? After 7... Yeah, he gets 7 items, 7 sins, and then he loses his flight. That's clever. You cannot be too materialistic, or otherwise you'll lose your angel wings. Holy Magdalene, similar kind of deal. Holy Maggie starts with 4 red hearts, low speed, and the Eucharist, I believe I'm saying that right, giving her a permanent 100% angel chance. Holy Maggie needs to pay for angel deals with heart containers, like devil deals, but she can still only take 1 item. Every boss item rotates between the normal item and the Holy Chalice, which simply gives 1 red heart container. Holy Maggie is based on Maggie's focus on red hearts and Isaac's mother's religious devotion, represented by the static in her eye and mouth. The static is a reference to the Dogma boss, which also represents religious broadcasts. Holy Cain, 2 red heart containers and average stats. Holy Cain has a familiar, an angelic version of his brother Abel that bounces diagonally and has a holy aura around it. While Holy Cain stands in the aura, his fire rate will slowly go up, and his fire rate will slowly return to normal while not in the aura. The aura also does small damage to enemies. Holy Cain can damage the familiar, and once the familiar takes enough damage, he will die. After the familiar dies, Holy Cain is chased by beams of light which can damage both him and enemies. Holy Cain is based on Cain killing Abel in the Bible. He also shares the other Cain's speed and health. The scar is on the same eye as the other Cain's eye-patched eye. That is a real... Like, if for those that don't know about Binding of Isaac, you have a lot of different playable characters, all with their slightly different stats and different playstyles. So you basically have, just playing off of the Cain and Abel story, you're followed around by a familiar that can help you if you let him, but if you murder him, you get some heavy damage items to either kill yourself or kill everything else on the screen, which is just really clever. Get some water real quick. Holy Judas the Smited. Holy Judas starts with 2 red heart containers and low damage. He starts with the infinite use pocket active Belial's Page. Belial's Page gives a permanent 0.5 damage buff, but also summons an invincible angel enemy. Each subsequent use of Belial's Page causes the enemy angel to grow larger and gain more attacks. Judas is a saint, which is why he was smited by God. Judas is also a glass cannon, which is exemplified in Holy Judas. So just, yeah, you can have a lot more damage, but every single one you get more of, you're just summoning 0-2 to follow you around and murder you. Risk reward, I like it. This is the kind of character I would absolutely pick every single time and die for my own stupidity every single time. Holy question. Starts with 3 soul hearts, average stats, and cannot have red health. Holy question. Starts with the infinite use pocket item, Delirious Heart. Does not shoot tears. He shoots white balls of goo that stick to enemies, do no damage, aren't affected by tears or status effects, and have infinite range. Once 7 goo shots hit an enemy, a delirious turret is spawned that shoots tears that inherit your stats and tier effects. 8 turrets can be on screen at once. Delirious Heart causes the first made turret to explode and do damage to enemies around. This also destroys the turrets. Holy question is based on Isaac suffocating and becoming delirious, which is why his design is based on the Delirium boss. He also shares his lack of red hearts with the other questions. His design is based on the Delirium boss. This sounds like so much fun. Just trying to set up as many turrets as possible and then detonating them all at once. It's a lot like the what's the weapon in Hades? Lucifer's Cannon. Which, like, when you get the passive, that turns it into like a kind of like a Bomberman game almost. Just setting up as many bombs as possible. Holy Eve, the unadulterated. Starts with 2 red hearts, high speed, and the infinite use active item Blade of Temptation. Using this deals half a heart of damage and has a 10% chance to spawn up random pickup on use. She has an angelic dove familiar that flies towards enemies and spawns lightning that damages the foes. If she gets hit, the dove slowly darkens, causing it to become more powerful but slower. This includes self-caused damage, increasing the usefulness of Blade of Temptation. After 25 hits are taken, the dove turns into a demonic crow, causing the beam to become a more powerful brimstone beam that damages both enemies and Holy Eve. After the floor where the dove turns into the crow is reverted back to a dove. This character is based on Eve of the Bible, being led astray from purity. It's also pulled from the other Eves using health as a resource. Her alternate name being the Unadulterated is a reference to normal Eve started with the Whore of Babylon item. The design of the Blade of Temptation is based on the snake from the Adam and Eve story. I have a really soft spot for... I grew up against my will Mormon, so I have a really soft spot like with video games that actually take some Christian things and actually start messing with them a little bit. It's a very strange form of nostalgia. I don't know quite how to put it to words. Anyway, Holy Samson starts with 1 red health, 1 soul heart, higher shot speed, and slightly lower fire rate. He starts with the pocket active Hardy Headband, which takes 3 seconds to recharge. Upon using Hardy Headband, Holy Samson does an invincible dash forward, picking up the first enemy he touches. He can charge up and throw the enemy, doing 5 times their damage when they hit a wall if the throw was fully charged. The thrown enemy can break rocks and open secret rooms. If Samson is hit, he will lose the charge for Hardy Hitman and now takes an extra second to charge for the rest of the floor, capped at 20 seconds. Holy Samson uses Samson's strength instead of his rage, which is why getting hit weakens him instead of strengthening him like the other Samsons. Playing off of the story of Samson, where him being untouched, well, not him being untouched, it was his hair in his story. But like, if he can remain untouched, he keeps his strength. That sounds fun. Just not having to deal with bombs and just throwing enemies into walls instead. That'd be so fun. And going from red to blue represents his newfound tranquility. These drawings are so cute. I love this so much. Holy Lazarus starts with 3 red heart containers, low stats, and 5 extra lives. After each death, he starts with 2 soul hearts, loses speed, and gains fire rate and damage. He also gains 2 broken hearts with each death, which caps his max HP. Each death causes him to become more decrepit and mummy-like. After 2 deaths on his last life, yep, that's a Binding of Isaac design. Based on Lazarus being revived by Jesus after dying in the Bible, Holy Laz also shares the trait of having multiple forms with the other Lazes. The jewel on his crown going dark on his last life shows that he can no longer be revived. Holy Azazel. Are those X's, or is he just done with life? No, he's just done with life. I love that. That is a beautiful facial expression. Holy Azazel starts with 1 red heart container and an eternal heart, high damage and low fire rate. Cannot fly because his wings are too small, like Apollyon's. Instead of shooting tears, Holy Azazel shoots an angelic bow and arrow. The arrow needs to be charged to reach maximum range, and once the arrow hits an enemy, a powerful beam of light is cast down, damaging the enemy and other enemies around it. These arrows will have synergies with tier modifiers. Holy Azazel is based on Azazel before he became a fallen angel. Holy Azazel also has the high damage and low fire rate of the other Azazels. Looks unhappy as an angel, foreshadowing his transformation into a fallen angel, and his health comes from changing all of Azazel's black hearts into eternal hearts. Holy Eden, the Renewed, starts with 3 red heart containers, average stats, a random passive item, and a 6 charge pocket active white candle. After every floor, all of Holy Eden's passive items are re-rolled, similar to the item Missing No. Using White Candle turns the closest passive item into a white wisp that orbits around Holy Eden. If the wisp takes too much damage, it is destroyed. But if you defeat a boss while having a white wisp, you permanently get the passive item that was destroyed to make the wisp. This item is not re-rolled after a floor. I love these ideas for... I cannot resist high risk, high reward sorts of things. Just those gambles. Are you good enough to use this? It's so fun. Alright, Holy Lost. Got a Slenderman angel here. Starts with no health, 4 Holy Mantle charges. Each charge blocks a hit. Flight and Spectral Tears. Each floor, Holy Lost gains 1 extra mantle charge, capped at full 4 charges. Devil deals cost 1 mantle charge, and multiple deals can be taken. If you start a floor with 4 mantle charges, don't get hit, and get a devil deal, you essentially get 1 free devil deal. So this is just the supreme skill, don't get hit, watch me go kind of character. Alright. similar to the angel boss Uriel. Okay. Holy Lilith, the maternal. Starts with 2 red heart containers. High to your right, the passive item Immaculate Conception. Gain familiars from the angel pool by picking up hearts, and the infinite use pocket item Active Mother's Gaze. She cannot shoot on her own. Instead, a cherubic familiar that shoots tears with her stats and tear effects that circles a random enemy in the room and shoots whenever the player shoots in any direction. Interesting. Using Mother's Gaze causes the cherubic familiar to target a different enemy. Holy Lilith's design is based on the character you only use in the Guardian Challenge. She only shoots using a familiar like the other Liliths, her having the angelic Immaculate Conception contrast with the normal Lilith having... I'm sorry that I can't give as much feedback on like what specific items here are, as I don't have that much familiarity with Binding of Isaac, but I do like the creativity on display here. I do have enough familiarity that I noticed, like, yeah, this is taking this playstyle and taking it in this direction, or this is creating this new playstyle by combining these two mechanics. That's a nice sort of thing about these sorts of roguelikes, is that by just kind of tweaking these little effects, you can create very, very different ways of going through the game. Like, this is the kind of character that would be good for, like, a newcomer, right? Because you only have to focus on dodging as your familiar is doing all the shooting. Oh, jeez! Ugh! That's terrifying. Holy Keeper starts with the average stats, a double shot, like the 2020 item with no downside, and 1 sack heart. Sack hearts are like coin hearts, but they are filled by any consumable. Holy Keeper cannot gain sack hearts from health ups and cannot pick up soul hearts. Sack hearts can be traded for devil deals like red hearts. Holy Keeper shops are replaced by a cathedral-like room with a donation machine and an angel sewer? Okay. Sower! Sower! Not sewer. This is not an angelic sewer, it's a sower. That makes more sense. Okay. This sower gives a sack heart for 7 cents. Bombing the angel sower causes light beams to spawn that damage the player as punishment. The Holy Keeper has changed from buying things for personal gain to sacrificing wealth to the heavens. Doesn't have the noose that other keepers have because suicide is a sin. I really appreciate how, despite being holy, almost all of these designs are actively detrimental to themselves. I'm very appreciative of that design choice. Holy Apollyon starts with low stats and 2 red heart containers. These tiers leave antimatter creep on the ground when hitting an enemy. This creep damages enemy, and if an enemy dies while in the creep, Holy Apollyon gains stats for that floor. Her creep can also damage flying enemies. That's fascinating. So you're like trying to create like danger zones where you're trying to lure enemies into. Okay. Shares the ability to gain stats with normal Apollyon. He shares the void abyss theme with the other Apollyons. Okay, that's just kind of cute. That's adorable. Holy Forgotten starts with a low fire rate, 2 bone hearts, and the health ups give bone hearts. But Holy Forgotten can still have soul hearts. Holy Forgotten also starts with a pocket active Isaac's Urn, which also takes 10 seconds to charge. After using Isaac's Urn, Holy Forgotten throws an urn that spawns a white fire. Enemies killed by the white fire are possessed and turned into a friendly enemy. Holy Forgotten swings a bone club, just like the normal Forgotten, but cannot turn into the soul. And this is because the soul is the one possessing the enemies. Okay, so trading the transformation for the ability to summon familiars. Cool. Holy Bethany, the spiritual. Starts with average stats, 3 wisp hearts, and the 12 charge pocket active holy texts. Wisp hearts act like books of virtue wisps that have more health. Once Holy Bethany loses all her wisp hearts, she dies. She cannot be healed by any other kinds of hearts. Devil Deals cost 3 wisp hearts, and she gains 1 wisp heart from health ups. When Holy Text is used, Holy Bethany gains 1 wisp heart. Holy Text can be charged by both red hearts and soul hearts. This cannot charge other active items. That feels insanely good to me. Yeah, that's just... Hey, have 12 healings in your pockets. And you can recharge it from any hearts you find. Unless I'm misunderstanding something from Binding of Isaac. Again, I have not played... I played like 2 hours of the game last night, and that's it. Just in preparation for this. Definitely seems like one of the more easier characters to use. Holy Esau, the Enslaved. 2 red hearts, 1 soul hearts, high damage and high shot speed, and the active Jacob's Weight, which takes 2 seconds to charge. Holy Esau is linked to Jacob's Weight and has to slowly drag the weight around after he reaches the chain's maximum length. The chain damages enemies that it touches and blocks an enemy's bullets. Ooh! Using Jacob's Weight causes Holy Esau to slam the ball forward, allowing him to move across the room and reposition. The slam causes a shockwave that damages enemies. At the beginning of each floor, a King of Jacob is in the corner of the room. That's fun! I really like that. That's some, like, fascinating positioning things of, like, trying to keep... Because, like, you're on a tether, but the tether is also helpful to you. You're just kind of playing around that as you go through the floors. That's really good. Then you can pay 5 cents to exchange... Oh, you can extend the length of the chain as well. That's great. And that's all of them. Shouts to Coldy, Sean, and Draven. The nice thing about these sorts of roguelike games is that there's so much potential to expand them in any which direction that you can. Like, I don't know enough about Holy, like, Binding of Isaac to really give, like, gameplay feedback on this, but this is making me want to play the game more because I can already tell just how many options are in the game already, and this is just expanding on them in so many different directions. I love the holy theming of it, around self-sacrifice and how that is just detrimental to them in of themselves. The drawings are adorable. And they all offer some pretty interesting playstyles. Like, I can picture me playing as these in the game, despite not having played it very much, which is a good sign that you've presented these very well. All right, well done, WhenTheAmThe. WhenTheAmThe. Well done, WhenTheAmThe. That was a delight to read. Farewell, Dillmaster. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciated it. And I think with that, I'm going to wrap up the stream for today as well. Let's change the music to a little bit of an outro music. Because I can feel myself starting to lose my voice. I don't think I have time for a bonus round this time. I got other stuff to do, projects to work on, food to eat. But yeah, thank you everyone for your submissions. Like, as good of all the ones that we threw out today, there were so many others that I couldn't even get around to. There was a fantastic Cranky Kong one with custom artwork. There was a great Dragon Quest overview. It was so hard choosing which ones I was going to have on this episode. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a monthly series, I don't think I would have been able to choose. But it is, so I wasn't discouraged, and you shouldn't be either if you didn't get featured yet. Like, there is always, like, as Carson said, there is always next month. Don't feel afraid to, like, bring a concept that you brought this time, next time. Because, like, there's like a solid 4 or 5 from the submission document that I wanted to cover today, but I just don't have the time. But, yeah. This was a lot of fun. I saw a lot of great ideas. Fantastic ideas for moves, for characters, for Pokemon types. I genuinely want a rubber Pokemon type now. I never thought I'd say that. And one of the best bamboozles I've ever gotten from a viewer. So thank you all for that. I hope you all had a good time. I'm so happy to be doing this series regularly now, and I hope you will all join me next time. I shall see you all back then.